The following is a presentation of The Day.
Live from Dick Northfield on the campus of East Lyme High School, ECC Championship Week rolls on as ECC Division I Lacrosse takes center stage. First up, the ECC Boys Lacrosse Final between the number 1 seeded East Lyme Vikings and the number 2 seeded Bacon Academy Bobcats, a rematch from last year's final between the two best teams in the ECC all year long, a grudge match where both teams remember how tightly contested last year was and are looking to have results, if you're Bacon, a little different, and if you're East Lyme, just the same. All the action in this one and the girls lacrosse final after this one live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with Patrick McGugan, and it is absolutely a pleasure to have you with us. And you're in a unique position. You saw both of these teams up close and personal this year. Just give me your overall impressions of both.
So East Lyme, the face of the league, you could say. They've played in this game far more than any other team. They are a fast break team. That's their offense. They're good at it. They know how to do it, and you know they're going to do it, and it doesn't matter because they do it well. Bacon, on the other hand, they are very skilled and consistent. That's their key, consistency. They don't throw the ball away. They have a solid defense, and it's going to be really great to see these two go at it again tonight.
Both teams coming in at 14-3. East Lyme did not lose in the ECC. Bacon's only loss in the ECC was a 1-goal game to East Lyme way back at the beginning of the season. So the two are very evenly matched. It should be an evenly contested game. As always, the little things in games like this tend to matter because they are so close with each other. So we certainly expect this to be a back-and-forth battle. You mentioned Bacon Academy's skills. They're going to want to play this game in the single digits. East Lyme's probably going to want to play this thing in the mid-teens. And so which team can exert its influence on the other will be obviously a key factor. Speaking of keys, we are going to have the Patrick McGugan keys to the game here in a moment. But first, in fact, we will do them right now. So, Patrick, let's go. What are the keys from your perspective in this game?
All right, so we're going to start with East Lyme. Number 1, control the pace. You have the best face-off guy in Jake Correa. He's going to win them. Control the pace of the game. Do what you do best. Quick ball movement. You love the fast break. Got to go bang, bang, bang. Get that defense to have to rotate and put it in the back of the net. And number 3, defensively, pressure Bacon's offense. Bacon likes to sit back and let you make a mistake. Take the one-on-ones, go pressure the offense, and take the ball away. For Bacon Academy, got to stop the fast break. It's what East Lyme does. You know what's going to happen. Got to sit tight in your defense and force them to have to pull it back out. Number 2, value possessions. With a face-off guy like Jay Correa, you're not going to get as many possessions as you might like. So you gotta really value the ball when you have it. And number 3, limit East Lyme's runs. With a fast break comes the runs. With a great face-off guy comes the runs. Lacrosse is a game of runs, and East Lyme does it incredibly efficiently. So to limit those is going to be huge for Bacon Academy to see a win today.
Talk a little bit about the impact that a good face-off guy can have. Specifically, you mentioned Jake Correa as the best guy in the league. Talk a little bit about why is the face-off, aside from that it gets you a possession, why is the face-off so important for a team like East Lyme?
So for East Lyme, who really develops kids on the offensive side of the ball, they have a great youth program, and they get really great offensive players that come into high school. So getting the ball, obviously it gives you possessions, but it also gives you the opportunity to control everything about the game. If Bacon win on a run, then East Lyme wins the face-off. They can pull the ball out. They can control it controlling the pace to a lacrosse game is huge in order to, go quarter by quarter. You're going to have a down, you're going to have an up. But to stay here, you don't want to be way up here. You don't want to be way down here. You got to stay consistent. And, Bacon does it very well. East Lyme with the face-off, they can take that away from Bacon and use it to their advantage.
We are moments away from the start of this one. Bacon Academy will be in the visitors' blue and gold. East Lyme in the home white. And we will have all that action right after the national anthem. East Lyme, as mentioned, rolling in at 14-3, undefeated in the ECC. Their losses came to Conard out of West Hartford, Xavier out of Middletown, and Guilford High School. So they were competitive with Conard and Xavier and Guilford, but ultimately lost in the ECC undefeated. They got here with a semifinal win over Waterford, 11-6. For the Bacon Academy Bobcats, they lost out of conference to Summers and to Granby, but they also lost that one game 6-5 back on the 10th of April to East Lyme 6-5. They got here with a semifinal win over St. Bernard Wheeler, 11-7. So very similar semifinal games for these two teams. Very similar overall schedules and records. It has been these two teams on a collision course, quite frankly, since the beginning of the season. They were in the finals last year in what was a great, great game that East Lyme ultimately prevailed in. And we fully expected these two teams all year long. So, you saw them both again up close. Were they definitively, in your mind, the two best teams in the ECC?
So we played Bacon pretty early on, and they were good. Since we've played them, they've gone to the great status. They're, I looked at their record. I saw 14-3. I was like, oh my gosh. When we played East Lyme, you knew it. You knew they're the best team. They're the team to beat. But watching these two play, watching some film, I mean, it's going to be a really great game today.
So Jake Correa in the face-off for East Lyme. Jake Ashley, the sophomore for Bacon Academy, will go up against, and there right away you see the fast break as Correa straight down the chute, hit, shot, deflected and out and scooped. Ashley trying to corral it for the Bobcats, but ultimately Finn Bruno picks it up and East Lyme will run its first set.
Yeah, right off the rip, you see Jake get in there, make a great play. Took it, almost got into the goal, and a great save there.
Jason Stahl, the senior, number 4 for East Lyme, with possession. They'll be looking to score early here. Bacon is not a team you want to go behind because they do like to take the air out, as like you said. But I do love the fact that when you got someone like Correa, you got, every face-off you feel is an opportunity to score. So they will be very, very tough for Bacon to limit because they're going to have so many possessions. Stay back, the goalie, in the middle of the field, just overshoots Piro, and it's a turnover into the hands of East Lyme.
Got an offsides call on the Vikings, so we're seeing the jitters, Case. We're seeing the jitters. Ooh, shot to the head not called.
No whistle on Ashley, but he maintains possession in the Bobcats. Now they're going to try to get it onto the stick of Ethan Lovitaire, number 11. He is their primary offensive weapon, and they were going to try to get him going here early. There he is with it right now on the right flank. Piro will operate behind the pipes.
Yeah, watch out for Ethan. ECC Player of the Year. He's going to do a lot of good today. He's been an issue for a ton of teams.
Greg Page, the outstanding football player with the wheels, crosses midfield and gets it into offensive territory before the long stick dishes it off in the middle to Stahl. Stahl, great look underneath, and a goal ripped right off the bat. Gabe Haney and the Vikings are on the board. He beats Stay Back High.
And there it is, Case, right? I mean, the ball movement, you see it, bang, 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 3 in a row. Get it to your scorer and let Haney do the rest. I mean, that's what they do. They get it, they move the ball so quick, they move it so accurately, and you're going to see a lot of that tonight.
And that's so important because now you got Correa right back where he's so dominant, so you got to feel like you're going to have another possession. And I got to think for Ashley, right, he's just trying to minimize the fast break, right? He wants to just make Correa do something other like that. Right there, that to me is a win for Ashley.
Yeah, get it out of Jake's stick. Jake is so scary when he gets a fast break right down the middle.
Oh, great save by Stayback as Haney was right on the doorstep. Great pass from Stahl, but you can see East Lyme, really great ball movement. Going back to the goal by Haney, he went top shelf over the shoulder of Stayback. That is not a shot we see often. There's not a lot of room over the shoulder of any keeper. Stayback is not the biggest kid, but there's not a lot of room over the shoulders of a goalie.
And to add to that, it was stick side high. We've had a lot of issues with that, shooting stick side high. You're going to get turnover, but, I mean, it was a great, low to high, get the goalie thinking you're going low to low. Around the defender, that was a great shot.
So East Lyme will settle back in. Last time, offensively, they got a good shot working against Bacon's zone. Up top now with Stahl. Around to Ginther. It's Correa and Bruno.
So Bacon starting off in man. We weren't sure if they were going to go man or zone, but they played man against St. Bees, and it's paying off so far. They're causing some turnovers. See one right there.
Through the middle of the field, they work it. Braden Ward got hammered on the outside. Turnover onto the stick of East Lyme. There's a man right in front. East Lyme can't quite get it to him in time, and they'll go back on offense.
You're going to see East Lyme feed X a lot off their fast break. Obviously, the first option is going right to goal, but the second option, feed the X-man and let him dodge from behind.
Stayback got out of the goal, trying to get there ahead of Haney, but Haney was in the right spot, so East Lyme will maintain that possession. East Lyme's had some good looks. Bacon has done a good job getting sticks onto the shots, but very impressed with the patience of East Lyme here early.
Yeah, East Lyme, if they don't get it on the fast break, they pull it out, they pass it around, and very similar to Bacon, they wait for you to make a mistake. Keep dodging, if it doesn't work, pull it back out, send cutters, get it to Haney at X. He's your best scorer, let him go to work. That's what they're doing right now.
Definitely picking on the freshman out wide, Adam Bigelow, long stick, but he's a freshman on defense for Bacon. They're certainly working his side. I think it's a lot to put onto a freshman, and you see them predominantly working on his side of the field.
And especially in this game, I mean, there are so many nerves coming in, and as a freshman, that just adds to it.
Now right there you see Bacon, Zach Carroll, outstanding defender, all-conference defender. He's given Bigelow some help out there. So they've got Bigelow, the freshman, paired with the all-conference senior Carroll. And I think the two together, did a nice job there. That ball is now in possession. Lovatere has it, and he'll work behind the net to Piro.
So East Lyme, they're going to start off in zone. Bacon, this is what they do. They work it around, wait for their opportunity, see what Ethan wants to do here.
Tanner Kundle, Jamison Piro, and Lovatere working each other. That they're trying to use the screens with Kundle to free Lovatere. There he is in the middle, trying to find that space. But you're right, Patrick, that space right there, East Lyme closes very quickly.
Yeah, when you're in the zone, you pressure the ball, and then everybody else sloughs in. Backside slough in, so you cover the middle, because that's a pop pass for Bacon right there. If they can feed James.
And right on cue, they found Lovatere in the space. He goes low, he beats Wewell, and we're tied at 1.
Great shot there. Ethan Lovatere averaging 4.2 points per game and 2.4 assists per game. That's why he's the ECC Player of the Year. In these games, you need your best players to step up. And you got Haney for East Lyme getting the first. And you got Lovatere for Bacon.
There goes Correa on the face-off. He gets the shot off. He'll come off. And DiLoretto will go on, and East Lyme will set up the offense as we're tied at 1. Lovatere's not only the all-ECC Player of the Year in lacrosse, he's also the valedictorian at Bacon Academy. And he's missing senior awards right now to play in this game, and I guarantee you a victory would make it all better towards missing senior awards.
Good rip right there.
DiLoretto went low, stays with East Lyme. The Bacon Academy Bobcat baseball team punched their ticket to the ECC Finals, so tomorrow night on game day, 4 o'clock, you'll have the Montville Wolves and the Bacon Academy Bobcats. For the 3rd time they'll be playing this year in the ECC Finals at Dodd Stadium. We'll have that, of course, live. Nice shot, just wide. Again, Haney, but it's recovered by the Vikings.
Yeah, really good backup there by East Lyme. When you take a shot, you need your...
Bruno to Larson. Goal, Vikings.
Another case of just great ball movement. Get the ball to X, send cutters to the middle, wait for Bacon to make a mistake, wait for him to, do a little ball watching, and then you feed it right there, and it's quick sticks from there on out.
With 5:16 remaining in the first, East Lyme on top 2-1. So Bacon will send a new face-off person into the mix. They'll send Ben Salami, but he can't deter Correa. But at least he got Correa going backwards with it, which, again, I think is a win. Correa, quickly to Correa. It's a Correa to Correa goal for the Vikings. Up 3-1, and that one took 10 seconds.
And here's what we're talking about, the East Lyme run. That's 2 goals right off the bat. If I'm Bacon right now, I'm considering dropping into the zone to try to prevent East Lyme from spreading you out and stay tight. I think that's a great timeout called there by Bacon.
Coach Brian Martin of the Bobcats call a timeout as the Vikings have gone on 2 quick goals here to go up 3-1.
I just want to talk about the 2 coaches. Let's start with Bacon Academy, Brian Martin, as you just mentioned. 21 years in the ECC, 9 at Ledyard, and the last 12 with Bacon. And on the other side, Gary White, 23 years in the ECC, all 23 at East Lyme. 2 very veteran coaches with a lot of experience. Gary White on the one hand, he's, like we said, East Lyme's playing this game. He's playing this game a ton. And these coaches, that's a great timeout there.
Yeah, this has become a really great rivalry in the ECC lacrosse world as Brian Martin has really turned this Bacon lacrosse program into a perennial top of the league team. And you know, as a well-known Colchester resident and Bacon Academy athlete dad, I watch these programs. I know all of these kids from growing up. A lot of them I coached in baseball and football when they were little. And the youth program in Colchester is in lacrosse is really a stellar youth program, and it shows that's how you have to have that tremendous feeder program. They do so many great events in Colchester. East Lyme is similarly a great youth program. The kids in East Lyme at an early age want to be a part of the program in the high school, and that happens at both of these schools. So right now you're seeing what, you know, a great rivalry looks like, and the timeout is great to kill momentum. It's also going to be interesting to see if it changes strategy.
Yeah, we'll see what adjustments they make. Just to touch on, you know, feeder programs, you see the same thing in football with Killingly, an incredible youth program. You're going to start to see it with Ledger. They got a great youth program as well. And, you know, coaches wonder, how do I elevate my team? Starts with the youth program. You got to get a couple generations of kids that really buy into what you're doing.
Nice pass onto the stick of Kundal. He mishandles it, and it ends up with Jason Stahl. Stahl quickly to Bruno, right in front, and stay back disrupted the shot, and East Lyme will have possession.
Great move by Bruno there. You see him do a little split dodge and then get in front of his defender, use his body to block him off so he can't get a check on the stick, and just a bit to the left there on the shot.
Clock down to about 4:15 remaining in the first. 3-1, which is about where Bacon wants it played. But if East Lyme pumps another one here, then it becomes exactly where East Lyme wants it played. Shot just wide from Sosha.
East Lyme really feeding the middle here in the first quarter. If I'm Bacon right now, you gotta lock off the middle. There's another one.
Right in front, beautiful pass. Haney's got his second, or is that Sosha? That looks like the second goal of the game. And it is 4-1 East Lyme, and right now Bacon is in danger spot. So that was Sosha that scored that one, and that is assisted by Haney, and it is danger time right now for the Bobcats.
Yep, we talked about it before, game of runs, you know, step down, condense the middle. That's how you kill a defense. It's in the middle, and Bacon right now, got to start with a possession, but really slough down the middle.
Oh, what a goal from Haney! That's a grade 8 candidate right there, and that took 7 seconds.
Another face-off win for Jake. Takes the ball straight up the middle. Nice dodge, or nice cut from X. And, you know, Haney does the rest. Beautiful catch through the legs, low to low. Love that.
Salome is doing a nice job keeping the fast break from Correa, but every possession off the faceoff has gone to East Lyme.
And it's a killer, you know. Now they can drain clock. You got 3:30 left in the first. Pass it around, keep cutting into the middle, get the Bobcats to do a little ball watching, and find your time to strike. If I'm Bacon right now, really got to pay attention to sending doubles and, you know, who's the second slide. It's a big thing for lacrosse that some don't know about. When you send a slide, who's hot, you got to send the slide, and then the two slides got to back you up. And that's how East Lyme gets a lot of their goals. They dodge, somebody slides, and they feed either the screener or somebody cutting off the dodge.
Stahl. Good check from the Bobcats. They need to get a turnover here or a stop, and they need a goal desperately. In the first matchup between these two teams, East Lyme scored 6. They've got 5 here with 2:40 remaining in the first period. A shot and a goal, Vikings! Ryan Duker, the sophomore, and it is all Vikings right now.
Yeah, you see East Lyme there. They clear out one side. They go heavy on the left side of the field. Dodge to the right, and it's just a wrap shot.
And what makes, and Bacon will send Ashley back into the faceoffs, what makes coming back against East Lyme so difficult is you're not going to have possessions off the faceoff. I mean, East Lyme can come back from a deficit because Correa is going to give them opportunities. Bacon just doesn't have enough time of possession to come back down 5 goals.
That's right. You gotta chip away. It's not going to all come at once. Bacon, you got to start with a turnover, a possession, and then, you know, like I said before in Keys to the Game, value possessions. You're not going to get as many as you want. So everything is very important that they stay consistent and don't make mistakes on the offensive side of the field.
I mean, it feels like an eternity since Bacon's had an offensive possession. They scored. They haven't had one since.
Yep.
They've basically had 2 offensive possessions. One was a turnover, one was a goal. And that's just not enough possession to, you know, to compete, especially down. What a goal from Bruno. Finn Bruno rips and beats Stayback High. And I'll tell you what, this is reminiscent of the last time we were here. The Viking girls did this to Waterford. The Viking boys are looking to repeat, and I got to think Bacon is just stunned.
Yeah, Finn Bruno averaging 2.7 points a game, 2.5 assists per game. Another great attackman, one of those attackmen that comes up from youth, you know, and you got to feed those guys, and it's your players that get the job done, you know. Big players make big plays, and East Lyme's showing it off right now.
Bobcats not equipped to come back from this large of a deficit. They were going to have to try to find something on defense to get the ball back. I mean, right now, East Lyme is just getting too many good looks.
So Bacon has packed it back into his zone. They've got out a man, and that's good on one hand where you're not going to get as many feeds to the middle. On the other hand, it's hard to pressure the ball and get takeaways, but that one is going to go out of bounds. So here we go, Bacon. Let's see what you got.
Roderick, the long stick for the Bobcats, heads up the field, absorbs a hit, maintains possession, and then gets whacked out of bounds by Greg Page. That's the football player right there, and in comes a flag as Roderick down on the turf. So both teams will ascend to their bench and take a knee. Big hit by Page. And that's going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct against Page. He'll get a minute, so the Bobcats will go on the penalty on the offense. But we're going to take a quick break here with a 7-1 Vikings lead. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Here at Game Day, we're proud to bring you unrivaled video coverage of local high school sports, all of it free for you to watch. These videos are not free for us to produce them. If you'd like to ensure that we can keep covering your school and your teams, there's a few ways that you can support us. Hit up our merch store and pick up some game day gear in your school colors. Our camera operators are always looking for those shirts and hoodies in the crowd, and you may see yourself on our next live stream. We get a lot of support from businesses in our community, and if you'd like to join them as a sponsor, send us a message and we can connect you with our advertising staff. Finally, The Day is the organization behind everything we do here at Game Day. If you want to support The Day's community journalism, consider a print or digital subscription at theday.com/subscribe.
Last year, Waterford senior number 4 on the grade 8, the Olympico kick. I'm here with Cam Dickinson. I don't think she can pull it off. It looks way too hard. I think it was a fluke. Get it done.
I got it.
That was just too easy, and that is a grade 8 play. Send in your best plays and see if you can beat that and make this year's grade 8 Olympico style.
We are back. The Bacon Academy Bobcats senior Madden Roderick will be helped off the field, and the Bobcats will have a 1-minute penalty as the hit from Greg Page was ruled an unsportsmanlike. The Bobcats down 7-1 desperately need to take advantage of the advantage.
Yeah. Obviously, you never want to see anybody get hurt, and just another hit that Bacon didn't need in this first quarter.
Lovetaire, that one goes high. He was going for the top shelf over the top of Wewell. And it's chased down there by Latiga. So Talon Latiga has it for the Bobcats to Pirro behind the net.
I'm loving this look that Lovetaire's getting right now. They're drawing in the...
Great save from Wewell on a close-up shot from Pirro.
I was just saying they're drawing in the near defender there, and they're letting Ethan get a nice shot off. It's a really good look. If they can keep that up, they got a good chance at getting some goals here. They just got to really value possessions.
And an uncharacteristic mistake from East Lyme, as the defender who was he was mad that the lost possession of it out of bounds. And like in basketball, when you take the ball and throw it down throw it to the defender, he smacked at the ball. I don't even think he was trying to hit the ball. But he hit it, which causes a delay, and he gets the penalty.
Yep.
So now Bacon has two guys from East Lyme in the penalty. There's Lovetaire, goal number 2 as he beats Wewell with 7.7 seconds remaining in the first. And man, did the Bobcats need that one. Wewell, who stopped Pirro a second ago, couldn't get that one from Lovetaire at 7-2 Vikings.
Yeah, Lovetaire there, again, Bacon's doing a great job at drawing the East Lyme defense out. They're drawing him away from Lovetaire. Lovetaire's sitting low. They got a lot of ball action going on the left side, or I guess the left side of the field, and they can get it right to him, and he's got a quick shot. So that's something to watch out for if you're East Lyme's defense.
There's Correa with the face-off win and sails that one high, and that's a break for the Bobcats, but only 0.2 of a second remaining here in the first. So that was just to get us to the end of the period. And what a period it has been for the Vikings. 7 goals, which puts them on exactly the kind of pace they're looking for. We're at the end of 1. Vikings 7, Bobcats 2. We'll be right back. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Communities that are no longer covered by local newspapers become news deserts that lack journalists providing government oversight and access to quality information. The Day is committed to providing comprehensive news coverage in every town in southeastern Connecticut, but we've had to scale back coverage in some towns, including Ledyard and North Stonington, due to market forces affecting local news companies around the country. We need the continued support of the communities we serve to help fund additional staffing that enables us to provide the kind of coverage our readers expect in every town in the region. If you'd like to support the Day's News Desert Fund, please visit givebutter.com/theday.
Let's take a look at the beautiful goal from Finn Bruno. Talk about why that's an effective shot against any keeper, and specifically against a keeper like Staback.
So you see it coming around the left side of the net, or the right side of the net, and you got your defenders for Bacon that are watching the ball down low, and as it's sweeping around, the defenders are trying to make an adjustment, so you get it to your scorer, Finn Bruno, and that angle, it's high to high, but it's also, right. He's a righty, ripping it to the left side of the goal. It's a tough adjustment for a goalie to make when you're watching it. You're assuming because he's on the right side, he's going to rip that inside shot. That's what a lot of the attackmen love, and he rips it outside. And you see the goalkeeper try to go for the inside tuck there, and he just got him looking.
So I encourage all watchers and listeners at home, I always do, to, when in doubt, go and come and check it out and see the speed and the power with which these shots. Now, I had the, I want to call it joy because it was not joyous. I had the privilege of being in goal for an East Lyme practice, and I got to defend shots from James McCoy, who was Division I lacrosse player with an 100-mile-an-hour shot. And what was shocking to me was not just the speed. You don't see the angles, the sticks. There's always movement from the stick. You can't always see when the ball comes out, and it's with such velocity. I marvel that keepers are able to save anything. and yet you see them routinely make stops. That was a brilliant, brilliant shot by Bruno to go top shelf.
Yeah, reaction time is huge for goalie. They do a ton of pregame stuff to, loosen up their hands, and it's a thankless job, and one that I'm glad I don't have to do.
First shot I ever saw from McCoy, he ripped it 100 miles an hour. I never saw it, and it hit me right in the chest. Didn't move my stick. I didn't move the stick at all because I never saw it, and it just thump.
Oh, man.
And I said, I'm really glad that I have pads. Shot goes wide from Bruno, and possession will stay with the Vikings as Ginther was closest, and he'll have it.
Now here's something for the Bacon defense that they could try out. East Lyme very good at backing up shots, but if they can anticipate and try to get a head start, they might have a good chance of getting some possessions off shots.
Nice save from Stayback. There's the stop. Now Bacon needs to try to transition.
Oof.
Oh, great defensive play there from Duker. Bobcats fighting for it, and out of it comes Kundal. So Tanner Kundal with the possession. Bobcats now, they're going to try to work Lovater. He's got it currently, and they're going to work Piro. There's Talon Latiga. So they'll get Lovater set up. They got Johnson floating behind the net currently.
Kundal was smart play there. He easily could have tried to go get in the mix, but he kind of hung out outside and was ready for the ball when it popped out.
Ashley being defended well by Page. Page back in the game. There's Johnson. Great athlete, Johnson. Latiga rips wide, but Johnson's there, so Bobcats will retain. I mentioned the great youth program in Colchester. Troy Johnson's father is one of the reasons, Montez, one of the reasons for that youth program. You know him as DJ Montez, but he is also one of the great youth coaches, runs and helps that lacrosse program, which is so good. Piro, well checked, turnover. There goes Stahl.
Another really great look there in the middle, just wasn't able to hang on to it, but nonetheless a good look.
Stahl right in front on the doorstep. Ginther, no chance for Stayback. 8-2 Vikings.
Another fast break for East Lyme. They get it, they get it quick, and they move the ball again so well. It's so fast. Defense just doesn't have time to react like that. You can't plan for a defensive rotation, and that's how they run the score.
Easy for me to say you can't let Ginther set up shop on the doorstep like that. But when the ball's moving as well as East Lyme moves it, that guy slides in there. And he's there for a second, and the ball finds him. That was just really a great job by Ginther finding that hole. Right in front again. Haney with another, and the Vikings are just looking dominant here in the second period, 9-2.
And just to touch on that last goal, East Lyme does a very good job of getting into man-up possessions. You see on that last one, it's a 2-on-1. So he's coming down the lane with two options because the Bacon defense is sucked out trying to, defend who's already down there. They do a great job, and we're going to see it again right here.
Look at the ball movement. Unbelievably done again by the Vikings. Correa to Bruno to Haney. A shot goes wide, but there's Ginther, and they'll retain possession. Clinic being put on so far by the Vikings.
See what East Lyme, they're not going to change anything. Bacon still sitting in the zone. See if they're going to pressure ball more. They got to start taking the ball away right now, because you wait till the third and end of the fourth quarter, you just don't, time runs out. There's a great opportunity for them now.
Face-offs can't be, and you can't underappreciate how valuable the face-off wins of Correa, but he's beyond. It's more than just winning the face-offs. He turns the face-off into a fast break offense about 2/3 of the time. Most face-off people against him are just trying to stop that. They're just trying to make it go backwards and prevent the fast break. There goes Johnson.
And that's something for East Lyme. I mean, that's their offense, you know. The fast break is their offense, and it's lethal. They are so good at it. The ball movement, incredible, and, you know, it works.
Up top, Grant for the Bobcats over to Ashley. In front, good checking from the Vikings, and we're going to get a whistle and a little check shove against East Lyme, so the Bobcats will have the possession with Latiga. Looks like Lovater is being marked by Alex Maxim.
So Bacon finally gets a chance to get into their offense, move it around. You know, and what they're doing here, they're sending cutters, they're in and out of the middle. They're just trying to find weak spots and find holes in this East Lyme defense. And, ooh, another turnover.
Turnover there, Bucko. Nice outlet to DiLoretto. Lots of space. Vikings with numbers. 4-on-3. Pass back. Shot. And a goal! Haney, look at the ball movement from the Vikings.
And easily, Bruno could have turned and just fired that right in the goal. But the extra pass, get the defense coming at you, put it back up top, and great teammate there to give your other attackman a chance.
That felt like the fast break in basketball when I've got it on the wing, and I instead throw the lob to my teammate to come down and just dunk it because, you know, it's like it's unselfish, and in some ways that was even a better look. Haney, once that pass gets to him and the goalie's sliding, he really has no chance.
Absolutely. You know, Bruno, he was in a position where he could have taken the shot, but it definitely would have been rushed. And another one. Haney pouring it on.
It is right now the Gabe Haney show. Another goal for Haney. That is his, by my counts, 5th goal of the ball game with 7:04. A timeout, Bobcats, 11-2 East Lyme. We'll take a quick break. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Last year, Waterford senior number 4 on the grade 8, the Olympico kick. I'm here with Cam Dickinson. I don't think she can pull it off. It looks way too hard. I think it was a fluke. Get it done.
I got it.
That was just too easy, and that is a grade 8 play. Send in your best plays and see if you can beat that and make this year's grade 8 Olympico style.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com.
So we're back. We're going to see Bruno feed the middle and a low-to-low. Beautiful shot there by Haney. You know, when momentum's on your side, you just keep pounding, and very unselfish play here from East Lyme in this first half.
So, Bacon down 9 goals here. Not what they were anticipating. They are going to have to come up with something. There's another win from Correa.
Now another timeout there by Coach Martin, and the message there had to be, you guys can't hang your head. You know, we've worked all year for this. This is the ECC championship. It's what you work for. And, you know, obviously a really rough start, but you can't give up. You know, you got to keep pushing and keep trying new things.
As a coach, the message that I give teams, I've been in this situation. I've been down a lot of runs in baseball, down a lot of points in basketball, down a lot of goals in soccer. And my message would have been, I don't care what the final score is. We need to win the next 6 minutes. That's what we're competing for right now. Let's win the next 6 minutes. Then it becomes, let's win the first part of the third quarter. Then it's then it becomes let's win the, that's all you can do. They may lose by 8 goals, but if it's, something they can build on, because they're still heading into state play after this as well.
That's right. And especially we get that message a lot in basketball where you just got to chip away. Don't start bombing threes because you're down so many points, right? Don't start taking these wild shots because you're down so many points. You got to chip away, play strong defense, and then, make your opportunities count on offense.
East Lyme out high, Di Loretto. Now they'll work behind the net, looking for the cutter. Haney, they're swinging it around.
I'd like to see Bacon maybe get into a little bit of an intense man, see if they can't cause a couple turnovers, send a few doubles, send some early slides.
Yeah,
you got to do something.
Yeah, you're down 9. Stay back with the save on a low shot from Di Loretto. Yeah, I mean, you can't keep banging your head into the wall. I mean, I don't care if you lose by 9 or 19. You got to try some different things. Long outlet pass from Stayback is picked off.
And there's another, you got to chip away. Don't go for the home run because now East Lyme's back with the ball. And I understand Bacon, East Lyme had in the beginning, had a lot of middle feeds and easy goals, but there's got to be a point where you turn up the intensity.
In front, and that was off of the head of the East Lyme player. So it went off the head of Dustin Correa, so turnover to the Bobcats with 4:31 remaining here in the half. Bobcat long stick, Zach Carroll swings it around. Into the middle to Latiga. Latiga avoids the check of Page, and Braden Ward has it now heading down the sideline. Good check and good turnover there. Well done from Sebastian Gerget. And timeout Bacon as Coach Martin needs to talk here with 4:07 remaining. So you are a 3-sport athlete. You have you're a football, basketball, lacrosse player. I'm sure in your life you've played, other sports as well. What sports do you, and I've asked this question of our other analysts in the past, but what sport do you, from you personally, from a playing standpoint, do you think equates the most to lacrosse?
So defensively, definitely basketball. The only real difference is lacrosse is much more spread out. Offensively, it's also a lot like basketball in the sense of, the passing and the assists and giving up the ball to get a better shot. Lacrosse is like hockey in a sense of the way it looks, how the ball's moved, but when it comes down to it in the fundamentals of the game, I would equate it to basketball the most.
So if you could imagine the ball being dribbled up and down instead of passed on a stick, and you just looked at the movement of the players, you'd see a basketball movement. How about from a football perspective? What aspects of football have served you well in lacrosse?
So for football, strength obviously is first off, but, I think balance is a huge part of it. Carrying the ball in football, you got to have good balance. And it's the same on the lacrosse field when you're defending or running, taking the ball from coast to coast. It's, trying to staying on your feet is a huge part of it, and, getting from place to place. But that's what I would say from football, besides strength, which is the obvious one.
So to me, just as an observer, the ability to absorb, and I think balance falls in this, right? The ability to absorb contact. Mm-hmm. You can be a lacrosse player, play your whole life, and learn it in that respect, but there's no sport that teaches you how to absorb contact more than football, because you need to do it regardless of position. It's different, right? A linebacker absorbs contact much differently than a running back. And on the other side, oh, what a beautiful goal out of nowhere, Finn Bruno.
Little 360 action and then a nice bounce shot right in that mid part of the goal. Beautiful shot there. East Lyme done a lot of dinking and dunking and feeding the crease, and Finn Bruno with a great look there.
You know, so back to football, it's not just like people don't, like, for example, if you're an offensive lineman, you have to learn to absorb contact, right? Guys blitzing, guys getting the edge. You need to stay balanced, right? Everyone thinks of balance. They don't necessarily think of your guard or your tackle, but balance is everything. And so I watch some of these lacrosse players, and to me it's not a coincidence that the football players seem more comfortable absorbing contact. The lacrosse players that don't play football absorb it differently. It's almost, you can actually say, oh, he's a football player, just from the way they absorb contact. And it's not that they're tougher or stronger necessarily than a kid that doesn't play football. It's just you could see how they have learned to be physical differently.
Right, and in football, you're getting like big hits that are, body to body, whereas in lacrosse it's more stick to body, and it's less of an impact. So from football to lacrosse is a really nice transition, because football, you're used to taking these big shots, and in lacrosse the shots you take are lighter, but they don't do as much damage, and they're easier to kind of move off of.
East Lyme dominant here in the first half, 12-2 over Bacon. As it stands right now, we'd be in a running clock in the second half, and I think the Vikings couldn't have drawn it up any better, both from a strategy standpoint, an execution standpoint, and a result standpoint. They are exactly where I think they'd want to be, and a nightmare scenario for the Bacon Bobcats. A little one-timer from Richie Schwartz, and out it goes. It'll stay with East Lyme.
Yeah, another great look there. Bacon, again, I think moving out of the zone and trying to start taking something away. Oh, a beautiful drop shot there.
Logan Wallace, and Stayback never saw it.
Yep, caught it. Little shovel shot. Fake high when you don't even have the ball, and he just dropped it right behind the keeper there.
Trying to keep the spirits up. The Bobcats are going to send in a freshman, Mason Howard. His brother Doug, senior at Bacon, was just featured in our track championships. Doug, an outstanding runner, heading to Keene State for track. His brother Mason, unbelievable place kicker, has a future as a kicker and a fine lacrosse player here as well. Will take the face-off against Correa. Nothing like being thrown into the fire against the league's best.
That's right. And if you see Bacon's face-off wings, they're all the way down on the 40-yard line, ready to drop into the defense. Just another attempt to kind of slow the fast break from East Lyme. And then another point, you might want to think about going and trying to get one of those shovels to the outside, because East Lyme can do this all day long. Jake Correa can win every face-off, and they can come down here and pass it around. There's got to be a point where Bacon gets on the ball and tries to take something away.
13-2, 50 seconds remaining here in the half. Are you an advocate for being in high school and playing it? Are you an advocate for shot clocks in both basketball and lacrosse?
That's a great question. I do like it in basketball. I think especially in high school, towards the end game situations, it's very useful. And for lacrosse, if we're talking about ECC lacrosse, I would not go for the shot clock. I don't think that in this conference it's that advanced yet. But for other leagues and other conferences, I would definitely look for that, especially you got a ton of guys going to college, high-level college, introducing that to them in high school. There's nothing wrong with that. And so it's another level of the game that once you're at that level, it's great to learn new things.
10 seconds and counting here in the half. Bobcats trying to get one before the half. Nice check. Johnson has it. He's down on a knee. Now comes Latiga, and that's going to take us to the half. A perfect half of lacrosse for the East Lyme Vikings. They are fired up. 13-2 over the Bacon Academy Bobcats. We'll be in a running clock when we start half number 2, and the Bobcats have a lot of work to do. The Vikings on their way to another boys lacrosse championship. Second half coming up in about 10 minutes. You are watching Game Day live on theday.com.
It's time for the Athletes of the Future Grade 8 Plays of the Week. At number 8, River Dogs 11U Baseball. Vinny Baker, the perfect game maker. Strike out to end a nifty 57 pitch, perfect game. At number 7, Lyman Memorial Tracks Nick Zaprianoff. Coming from behind in the 300-meter hurdles at the ECC Division III-IV Championship meet. New school record of 40.27 seconds, fourth in Class S. One last hurdle to go, and he holds on for the victory. At number 6, Victoria Sturm, Waterford Lacrosse. She's not only a great player, she's an unbelievable leader. One of the best in the ECC with the walk-off game winner against Old Lyme. 2.7 seconds left, Lancers win. How about Riley Stolzman, Bacon Academy? Who says that pitchers aren't athletes? Because you got to go lay out for the bunt. Nice play, Riley. Bobcats, softball, looking good there. At number 4, nothing better than extra innings on senior night. Antonio Duran, if it's fair, it's a game winner. Norwich Tech walking it off, beating Grasso Tech on senior night thanks to Duran's bullet down the left field line. At number 3, we mentioned senior night. Keon Gordy, Waterford Baseball, bottom of the 10th, tied 1-1, full count, bases loaded, and he goes deep into the night. Plenty deep enough against Wilcox Tech to win the senior night game. At number 2, Naomi Barboza, Norwich Tech softball. Already hit one home run in the game. Can she hit the second one? That's not gonna be deep enough, but it's over the outfielder's head, and look at her go. Naomi blazing around third, trying for the inside the park home run, and she gets it. But at number 1 for a free week of training at Athletes of the Future, Sophia Govea, Wheeler Lacrosse, wins the draw one-handed and scores one of 9. That's right, 9 goals versus Montville in the ECC quarters. She recently broke the school record, 298 goals and counting, 400 plus career points. Hey, we asked if anyone has more than Emma Logal's 273. Sophia Govea does. It could be a new ECC record. That is your number 1 play of the week. Send us your plays, and maybe you can make next week's AOF Grade 8.
He was born into it, so I played lacrosse at Connecticut College. I grew up in Massachusetts and played high school there, and then I played for Fran Shields at Connecticut College. And so Ben didn't really have much of a choice, so he's been playing since he was a little boy.
There's always that pressure that you feel, like having your dad play a sport, having everyone think in your life that you're going to be good at it. But it's always been something I love, and like when I'm down or I'm like just not feeling well, I just go to the field and I feel a lot better just playing.
All right, let's go.
He and I in the backyard with his sister. He has an older sister. That's where the competition started, so when he was real little. We live in New London, and New London unfortunately doesn't have a youth team.
Yeah, at first it was a little difficult, but we went to East Lyme, and that was honestly great for us. We had a great team. I met a lot of cool kids I'm still good friends with today, and we're excited to play them this year.
Because of his passion, he has drawn a lot of his friends into it. So like I said, New London doesn't have lacrosse. They went to St. Joe's, and so he got a bunch of friends starting to play in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. And so I've had the privilege to be able to coach this group of kids that have all grown up with Ben.
We've been playing together, we've gone to school together since like kindergarten. So we're really close and we have a lot of chemistry. And since we had such a small team, starting as freshmen and playing all the way up to now, we've really gained a lot of skill, and now this year we're really excited because we're pretty good this year.
Because of the character that they are, they've drawn a lot of kids into the sport that had thought about it but they weren't sure. And so, for example, we've got some new sophomores and freshmen are playing, which is awesome. But we also have some juniors and seniors that are coming out for the first time just because they want to be part of it.
This year, our freshman, Skylar Wilson's little brother, died in a car accident, and we really just want to honor this season to him. And so we're just all going to play for Carson Wilson. So we all made shooter shirts that we're going to wear every single game to memorialize him. We're going to have patches on our jerseys and stickers on our helmets. And it's really good because all the Wheeler guys grew up with Carson, and so we're all here together. We're excited to play with him, but sadly we can't, so we're going to make the best we can of this season.
I was in 2nd grade when I started playing lacrosse. I switched to defense my sophomore year. I didn't play my freshman year because I tore my ACL during football. But during my sophomore year, we had not a lot of pulls, and I switched to pull and, became a starter the next year.
Really, it's his sophomore season. You could see his athleticism is off the charts. He comes from an athletic family. He's a fantastic football player.
Massengale sidesteps, breaks a tackle, shows some speed, and gets a first down. Maddox Massengale.
Started playing football in 7th grade, and lacrosse, I think, is a lot more fun than football. No offense to football and my dad, but I like lacrosse a lot more.
He was a captain for the football team as well, and it translates right to lacrosse. And lacrosse isn't as physical as football, but you got to be ready for that physicality. So he brings a lot of intensity to our practices, and he keeps everyone honest and keeps them driving in the right direction.
Max is definitely a very motivational teammate. He never judges. He doesn't get mad. He's always he's always here to help, make sure everyone's doing the right thing, staying focused. Make sure everyone's working together as a team. He just does a great job of making sure the defense as a whole is working together and doing what they're supposed to do. And
it's a very thankless job because you get blamed for everything if nothing goes right, and then the offensive guys get all the goals. So it really takes you have to be disciplined in how you approach it, and then just mentally ready to handle anything comes your way.
A lot of it's just technique, and you have to be athletic. It's not necessarily about how big you are, but how athletic, how skilled you are. And I think that's how our pulls are. Even though Pat and Ethan, they're big kids, they're also athletic.
A big part of it is communication, and Max is a great communicator. He's a vocal leader for our team, and he talks throughout all the plays, and he helps keep us in line when we're getting out of sorts on the defensive end. So that's what makes him very, very skilled and a very, very good defender.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, family.
Last year, Waterford senior number 4 on the grade 8, the Olympico kick. I'm here with Cam Dickinson. I don't think she can pull it off. It looks way too hard. I think it was a fluke. Get it done.
I got it.
That was just too easy, and that is a grade 8 play. Send in your best plays and see if you can beat that and make this year's grade 8 Olympico style.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com. Communities that are no longer covered by local newspapers become news deserts that lack journalists providing government oversight and access to quality information. The Day is committed to providing comprehensive news coverage in every town in southeastern Connecticut, but we've had to scale back coverage in some towns, including Ledyard and North Stonington, due to market forces affecting local news companies around the country. We need the continued support of the communities we serve to help fund additional staffing that enables us to provide the kind of coverage our readers expect in every town in the region. If you'd like to support the Day's News Desert Fund, please visit givebutter.com/theday.
We're back, second half action, ready to roll here at East Lyme High School. The ECC boys Division I Lacrosse Championships, and first half all East Lyme Vikings 13-2 over Bacon Academy. So we'll see what the Bobcats try to do differently here to start. Right off the bat, we're going to see Talon Latiga doing the face-off against Jake Correa. Correa, who's just been unbelievable. Casey O'Neill along with Patrick McGugan, and I don't even know what Coach Brian Martin said to them at the half. I do know that it involves a little bit of gut check time, and the next 12 minutes probably breaking it down into 4 3-minute quarters.
Yep.
And win the first 3 minutes.
And I just want to make a point to the folks at home. Now that we do have running time with the 11-goal lead for East Lyme, it can't go back. So even if Bacon say they got to 6-13, it's still going to be running clock for the rest of the game, and that's huge for East Lyme, getting time off the clock.
So that clock should not stop though at 11:28, and it did. So unless we have the wrong information about running clock, that clock should not have stopped.
Must be 12 instead of 10?
Well, we're going to find out perhaps shortly, unless the Bobcats can put one on the board here, and then we may never know.
That's true. Well, take back what I said.
If, in fact, we go to running clock, it never goes back. I was going to say 12 minutes becomes basically 12 minutes, but not yet. Tanner Kundle with the possession for the Bobcats. Behind it goes to Johnson. Johnson makes a little run on net, turns, and stuffed by Wewell.
Great stop by Wewell there. Troy Johnson loves turning the corner from X and, going near side on the goal. Wewell knows that and steps over and makes a great body save.
Great effort by Stahl. Took a couple of hits, lost the ball, regained possession. And the Vikings settle in.
So it'll be interesting to see if East Lyme here, they want to, beginning of the first half, do you want to pepper the goal a little more, run up the score, maybe, I guess, try to get it to running time, or lay back and pass it around, wait for your opportunity and take it?
So by my counts, there has been 16 face-offs today. And that would mean that Jake Correa is 16 for 16 in face-off wins.
Yep. It's big. It's a huge part of the game that's sometimes overlooked. Great rip there by Bruno. But, yeah.
Above stay back.
Getting possessions for East Lyme at this point. It's, sit back, relax, and do what you got to do.
Stahl being checked by Latiga. It is, in fact, 12 goals for running clock, so if East Lyme can score one more, they kick on the running clock before Bacon scores one. Intercepted by Zherzhek.
Ooh, shot to the head. Wasn't called. Oh, there it is. Flag is down. And that's, for Bacon there, those are the things that just can't happen if you want to win a championship. It's the clears and, getting possession, getting the ball to your offense to give them a chance. Thus far, Bacon hasn't been able to even get it there.
Working it around. Here's Duker to Bruno. Haney, who has been the goal-scoring leader in the game for either side. Patience. East Lyme taking their time.
Seen a lot of initiation of offense from X. Taken away there by Bacon, but you're going to get the flag.
Yeah, so the Bobcats get the possession. Similar to, so that's a situation similar to hockey where as long as you maintain possession, the penalty is not invoked. The second the defense clears or maintains possession, the clock is stopped. The penalty is enforced. So Talon Latiga will be out on the penalty for 1 minute rather. And East Lyme, if they can score, will have a running clock for the remainder of the ballgame. So from a time perspective, this is a significant opportunity for East Lyme. Once they go to running clock, it just makes the chances of a comeback even more difficult.
Right. And just putting Bacon's been in a tough spot all day. Starting off with the fast breaks, and there it is again.
What a beautiful one-timer to Duker, cutting in, and he scores with 8:04.
And East Lyme's done it all day. They're initiating from X. They're swinging around, getting the ball to X, kind of hanging out back there. And then East Lyme's sending cutters from the top. Middy's getting involved. And, it's tough for a defense. You got to, we call it pistol hips, where you got to watch the ball and your man at the same time. It's not easy by any means, and East Lyme really has, poured it on here in this ECC championship.
8:04 in the third, 14-2 Vikings. We should be, as soon as this whistle goes, into a running clock for the remainder of the ballgame.
Now you see Bacon putting a long pole on the face-off, trying to, at that situation, you don't even go for the ball. You just go for the stick and, try to take it away.
East Lyme taking its time. Dustin Correa up top. And Larson swings it around now. Behind the net, it goes to Haney and Bruno. A little bit of everybody contributing thus far for the Vikings. Haney and Bruno waiting, very patient, and they'll work it back around up top.
And we've seen a lot of East Lyme's offense. Besides going from X to the middle, they're really working this near side of the field between Haney and Bruno, two of their top scorers. They're working it between themselves, and in this zone, they have that opportunity because, as you can see, it's a one-on-two situation, and East Lyme very good at exploiting that.
So we're at a running clock, 6:50 remaining here in the third. Haney.
Great look again.
Anybody's possession, the Bobcats come up with it, but a whistle and a hold, so it'll be Bacon ball.
Very important clear here for the Bobcats. You gotta get it to your attack. And East Lyme takes it away again, but a nice check.
That was Wade Larson, did a great job. Never giving up on the play. Shot from DiLoretto goes wide, but Bruno was positioned back there, so it stays with the Vikings.
And again, Bacon unable to get it down to their attack, and that's been the story today. And East Lyme just, so good on the ride to be able to prevent that ball from getting to the other side of the field.
Low shot, stay back with the save. DiLoretto had a good look. Stay back stayed steady. But there's a misconnect, but Bacon ultimately comes up with it. Johnson, middle of the field, absorbing plenty of contact. Maintains possession, so good job by Troy Johnson.
Love seeing him use the ref as a screen there.
Savvy. It's a savvy play.
So now Bacon with possession. They're going to work it around, run their offense. And at this point, it's not really about a comeback. It's just getting a little bit of momentum, getting at least a goal on the board in this second half.
Lovater has been very quiet. He has both goals, but East Lyme has done a great job. And a ripped shot off the pipe. In front, stay back brilliantly came out, forced Haney, tried to go behind the back, and it goes wide. It'll be Bobcat ball, but what a back and forth right there. Bobcats had a great look, a little unlucky.
And it's been that kind of day for Bacon. The one shot on goal you get this half is off the post right to East Lyme's best LSM and Greg Page to take it the distance.
Clock down, 4 minutes remaining here in the third.
So Bacon comes into the second half, still sitting in the zone.
This is where East Lyme is working on specific things.
Yep, East Lyme using this opportunity to get ready for states. And if I'm Bacon here, I'm doing the same thing, you know. You're going to play teams like this for sure, using this opportunity to work on your defense. And maybe they're staying in a zone because that's what they're planning to run in the state tournament, and you want to work on it. But, yeah, at this point, just getting better, working on the fundamentals.
You know, and similarly to basketball, where you don't want to embarrass a team, but you have something, you get a big lead. In the shot clock era, there are things to work on. Okay, we're going to run an offense. We're going to run a specific offense. Maybe an offense that we have struggled with, right? So Bacon showing zone. You know what? We have had a hard time against zone executing, you know, alpha. So we're going to run alpha and try to get better at it. Lovater has a look. Wewell stones him. Back to Lovater. Now Bacon will maintain possession.
Yeah, good look there for Lovater. He was doubled, but you know, he still got it off, got it back, and Bacon, another shot, a little far out.
Jake Ashley, Wewell with the save. Weak side. Bucko into the middle. That might be a turnover but they're on the spot, picking it up. It was Tapia to Bruno. Good look in front and good defense on the check there, because right in front Wallace had a good look, but I think that was the long stick of Lecision that was able to get stick on stick as the shot was going off and force that to go high.
Yeah, great check there by Lecision, just to, you know, get a stick on it, because that was going top right all day long. Goal saver there.
Another thing about a program like Bacon Academy, they do not have the numbers that East Lyme has. So it's not like you can go to the bench and put in, like, you know, the quote-unquote JV kids to get them experience and things like that. There's not a lot of kids on the out there that don't play a role. Right. East Lyme might have a better chance of doing that. You might see some new names here in the fourth quarter. But right now, I mean, what you have is what you have. Nice save from Stayback.
Yeah, and I totally feel that. Again, like with Stonington, we're totally short-benched and don't have big numbers. East Lyme, they have that luxury, you know. Lacrosse is a huge part of this school and this environment and this community. And when you have those numbers, it's a luxury when you go play, especially in the ECC, where you have a majority of the teams that don't have a ton of players. And that's just another reason that East Lyme is the gold standard.
Oh, beautiful goal. Who else but Gabe Haney with 40 seconds remaining in the third.
East Lyme goal, number 20, Gabe Haney.
And then by my count, that is his sixth goal of the game for Haney.
Awesome. Coming around the crease. He got the pass. Fake tie, got Stayback to jump up in the air, and a beautiful shot to the low right corner.
Running clock has us down to under 10 seconds. And that'll take us to the end of the third. 15-2 Vikings. Fourth quarter coming on the other side. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Here at Game Day, we're proud to bring you unrivaled video coverage of local high school sports. All of it free for you to watch. These videos are not free for us to produce them. If you'd like to ensure that we can keep covering your school and your teams, there's a few ways that you can support us. Hit up our merch store and pick up some Game Day gear in your school colors. Our camera operators are always looking for those shirts and hoodies in the crowd, and you may see yourself on our next live stream. We get a lot of support from businesses in our community, and if you'd like to join them as a sponsor, send us a message and we can connect you with our advertising staff. Finally, The Day is the organization behind everything we do here at Game Day. If you want to support The Day's community journalism, consider a print or digital subscription at theday.com/subscribe.
Fourth quarter here in the ECC Division I Boys Lacrosse Championships. It's been all East Lyme Vikings, 15-2 over Bacon Academy. Both of these teams are going to have to turn their attention to the state play here after this one. And what's been fascinating, we said so many similarities between these two teams. They were 1-2. They were both 14-3. They were the rematch of last year. Well, how could it get any more similar? Well, Bacon Academy is the number 6 seed in Class S. East Lyme is the number 6 seed in Class M. Bacon Academy will host North Branford. East Lyme will host Branford. You can't make it up. I mean, if you didn't know it, you'd think there were schedule makers back there moving chess pieces around. They're both number 6, and they're going to both host teams from Branford. And Bacon in Class S is a threat. East Lyme in Class M is dangerous. As we head into state play in lacrosse, though, we start to see every year, Coach Lafort says, ECC gets better every year to get us closer to state-level competition. But some of the teams in the state, as you see from the out-of-conference schedule these teams play, very good. And there's Jake Correa, wins the face-off, starts the break, and scores the goal.
And he earned that one. He's been an integral part of this East Lyme team for 3 years now that I've known. He started when I was a sophomore, and he's the centerpiece of how East Lyme runs its offense. So he's earned that goal for sure. Usually he's feeding it to Bruno or Haney, but good for him to go get it himself because he definitely deserves it.
So to set the stage for the remainder of the evening, when this game is over, we will be signing off, and you'll be able to go to Game Day CT on our social medias in order to see the interview with head coach, looking obviously like Gary White, as well as the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day, which we will have to decide because there are a couple of different candidates right now for that. And then the supposed start of Game 2 tonight, 7:30. The East Lyme girls will try to make it an East Lyme sweep of the finals as they take on their arch rival Waterford High School. They are 1-1 on the year. That's a game you saw last week or 2 weeks ago on Game Day. And so you're going to want to check out the social medias, but you're not going to want to stray too far because that game will be on right after this one. Right in front, nice save from Stayback on the shot from Stahl. And then tomorrow, we'll be at Dodge Stadium for the ECC baseball finals. We know Bacon Academy and Montville in the first one. We'll be waiting to see who will be there in Game 2 as Troy Johnson of the Bobcats takes it all the way in and still working maintaining possession. So good work from Troy Johnson.
Yeah, we see back-to-back 2 really tough takes to the net with Stahl down on East Lyme's side and now Troy down here on Bacon's side. Back-to-back great saves, but 2 tough takes to the net to go along with it.
So East Lyme baseball beats New London 4-0, and the goal by Johnson. Troy Johnson gets one to go with 9:23.
Very nice. Again, the middle feed, that's the weak point in most defenses. And Bacon with a great find there to Troy. Troy put it home.
So 16-3 here. So East Lyme has punched their ticket to the finals tomorrow night in the Division I, and they will await the winner of Waterford High School and Woodstock Academy, which is playing the nightcap at Dodd Stadium currently. I, for one, would nothing against Woodstock, but I would love a good old-fashioned East Lyme Waterford boys final after a good old-fashioned Bacon Montville boys final. But if Woodstock gets there again, they have provided us with great finals in the ECC boys baseball. So either way, we will be happy on game day. Join me and Mike Susie tomorrow night at Dodd Stadium. We'll have both of those for you live. Here, it is 16-3 East Lyme, running clock with 8:22 remaining as the Vikings have been just outstanding. And they have a chance now that the boys baseball team is in the final. They have a chance to do something remarkable. They could win boys lacrosse, girls lacrosse, and baseball. That would be a remarkable feat for East Lyme. We see a big hand for Johnny Wewell, the senior goalie for East Lyme, coming out, and junior Reggie Schwartz will take his place in the goal.
Great honor there for Johnny Wewell. What a season he's had. And, you know, the goalie, the centerpiece of the team. Rally behind your goalie for everything, and a great hand for him there.
Out of all that, out of the pack comes East Lyme's Dumond, and picking it up on the far side now will be Correa. The Vikings well on their way to this championship. Right now it's just a matter of fine-tuning, getting some kids some opportunities to play, and then coasting the rest of the way. Nice job there as Stayback caused Haney to hesitate, but Haney, savvy, patient, and with 6:55, he gets another and puts East Lyme on top 17-3.
Yeah, really interesting sequence there. Haney comes around the crease, takes a low-to-low shot right off the shin of Stayback, right back into Haney's stick, and then he ripped it again. Top right, got it to go.
17-3, 6:27 remaining here in the ball game. Now, as we start to look at our Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game day, you've got a goalie who gave up only 3 goals. You have a kid who has scored up to this point 7 goals. But you have a kid that's not only scored, has also won 21 out of 21 faceoffs. So we're gonna have a conversation. Unlike most nights, I don't know if there's a clear-cut player of the game day, because if you look at the 3 aspects, the face-off wins, the guy putting the ball into the net, and the keeper keeping it out of the net, there's 3 very good players right now, and that's just the ones that have kind of been in the forefront. So many good things. Finn Bruno has had a great night tonight. You know, it's easy to talk about the guy that scores, but Greg Page and Bruno and some of the guys with the long sticks have done great things as well.
That's for sure, and I think, you know, if I had to put my vote in, I'm going to the face-off guy, because that's, you know, you don't get those possessions without him. You don't get the ball to your offense without him as many times as they have tonight. And, you know, I know for us, when we had Will French as our face-off guy, that was the real reason that we were able to dominate teams, because you handle the ball for the entire game. You know, that's really hard for other teams to combat.
And there's a turnover, and going the other way, Evan Bucko. Well, I've had an opportunity to sort of learn a lot about face-offs over the past few years. My nephew, Gavin DeLucia, was the face-off specialist, Montville High School. He's on his way. He's at Eastern now, getting time doing the same thing there at Eastern. Great save made by Stayback. And I've watched, oh, what a goal. What a goal from Anthony DiLoretto. Stayed with it the whole way.
They get called off.
But it's waved off. He's in the crease. That was a great effort, but it'll stay 17-3.
Yeah, don't take anything away. That was an incredible run. As you touched on, Case, the effort was 100% there. And, you know, you fall into the crease, it is what it is, but great effort play.
And so back to DeLucia, he learned from one of the greats, Sam Curry, over at Montville. And I learned a lot about the different strategies involved in the face-off. It's more than just strength. It's also technique, but there's also some people that are good at keeping it to winning it to themselves, others that can win it to others that can turn it into offense. Like, there's so much more involved, stick position, and I'm very impressed. So to see something like what Corey's done tonight, what Correa's done tonight, rather, absolutely remarkable. Bobcats punch one more in.
Troy Johnson.
Johnson with his second with 3:18 remaining. 17-4. So I think that's a good thing for the Bobcats here. That, you know, some positives as they roll through this one. They're going to look back at this. You know, in some ways, I look at it similar to your classmate and friend Brady O'Neill in yesterday's tennis final. Played hard, he probably, you know, on how he played alone might grade himself as a B, and he ran into an A+++.
Right.
He ran into an absolute clinic in tennis. And you have to, in the moment it hurts, but when you look back at it after a little bit of time, you have to say, you know what, ran into a buzzsaw, ran into something really special. Now let's get back to being the best me. And I think that's what Bacon has to do. It's going to hurt in the moment, right, especially when they thought, you know, they were really close. They thought they were right with this team, but they ran into a buzzsaw tonight. And it's going to hurt. But then they got to take a step back and say, we ran into a buzzsaw tonight. Now we have states. How can we be the best we can be? How can we be the best Bobcat team?
Right.
Timeout, Vikings.
Timeout, Vikings with 2:10. That's one way to stop the clock. So we'll take a quick timeout as well. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Last year, Waterford senior number 4 on the grade 8, the Olympic go kick. I'm here with Cam Dickinson. I don't think she can pull it off. It looks way too hard. I think it was a fluke. Get it done.
I got it.
That was just too easy, and that is a grade 8 play. Send in your best plays and see if you can beat that and make this year's grade 8 Olympico style.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com.
2:10 remaining, and that's what East Lyme is looking at, another conference championship. So back when Game Day was going to make its lacrosse debut, we did Montville. I went to Montville High School. My niece was playing at the time, and I said, okay. So I studied everything I could on lacrosse, but the only thing available on YouTube was like Duke, Notre Dame, high-end Division I lacrosse. And so I studied it. I knew it cold. And we were ready to get this broadcast done, but our first game was going to be the Montville girls. So I went to a game, and about 15 minutes before we went on the air, I said to my brother-in-law, I've studied, I'm ready to go. And I told him what I was watching. He goes, you know, the girls' game and the boys' game are completely different, right? I said, no, I did not know that. He goes, yeah. He's like, the terminology's different. He goes, like, it's not a face-off, it's a draw. The sticks are different. The rules are different.
Right.
And I went, oh, no. Thankfully, I had Ray Lafort, and he helped walk me through it. But it was my first look into lacrosse and the differences between the two. And as we watch East Lyme boys tonight and East Lyme girls tonight, we're going to see the difference in the two. Peter Wappy was talking earlier about seeing Division I lacrosse, and There's a flag that's going to go against East Lyme. Bobcats maintain possession. So they'll have it until they lose possession or they score a goal when the penalty will be enforced. There goes Troy Johnson. 1-on-3. East Lyme. And there you go, the whistle, now the penalty be enforced. And just like any sport, when you get to the Division I level, everyone's bigger, everyone's taller, everyone's faster.
Yep.
So you can cover more ground much quicker. The passes are longer, they're crisper. So that, therefore, it speeds up everything as well. But I have to say, having covered lacrosse here over the past few years with Game Day, the level of play in the ECC is becoming better each year. And you see where those out-of-conference games that the ECC teams are scheduling really go a long way to improving the overall program quality of a lot of the ECC schools. So as they head into the state tournament, both East Lyme and Bacon hoping that they can make some noise. Both the 6 seeds, Bacon and S, East Lyme and M, both facing teams from Brantford. Bacon hosting North Brantford, East Lyme hosting Brantford. So we'll find out how they can move on in the States. But here, as the clock runs down, 17 seconds and counting, the Vikings are going to take home the Division I Boys Championship. A late goal coming in from Tanner Kundle of Bacon Academy with time running out.
That'll do it.
Final score here in the ECC Boys Division I Lacrosse Championships. The East Lyme Vikings 17, the Bacon Academy Bobcats 5. You're going to want to check out all of our social medias at Game Day CT for the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day, as well as our interview with head coach Gary White. And then a 7:30, 54 minutes from now, 7:30 start time for the East Lyme Vikings and Waterford Lancer girls in the Division I Girls Lacrosse Championships. You're going to want to come back for that. So I can't thank you enough. Pat, you did an unbelievable job. You are welcome in this booth anytime with us across any sport. And next year when you're back from school, we'll get you right back here with us again.
All right.
So thank you so much to Patrick McGugan, for Peter Wappy and the crew. I'm Casey O'Neill. Come on back and join us. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
Back at Dick North Field on the campus of East Lyme High School. It is championship week in the ECC, and tonight it's the ECC Girls Lacrosse Finals. The number 1 seeded East Lyme Vikings playing host to the number 3 Waterford High School Lancers, and all the action is live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with Alexis DeLucia, and thank you so much for joining us, Alexis, the former Montville High School standout, Southern New Hampshire standout, now an assistant coach at Montville. Alexis, thank you for bringing your knowledge of lacrosse and helping us out tonight here in the championship.
Thank you for having me.
So this one will feature the Vikings and Lancers for the 3rd time. East Lyme avenged an earlier loss to Waterford with a resounding 16-3 victory on May 15th, live on game day. Since that game, however, a couple of changes for Waterford. First and foremost, Addie Wiseman was out of that one. She is back. And Sadie Tiven, out for over a year with a very significant injury, is also back for Waterford. The closest to full strength Waterford has been. They are without Chloe Landry with the fractured wrist. But we are going to get underway here with the opening draw. Waterford in the blue, East Lyme in the white. And we are underway. And we get a whistle as Waterford, and so it was Emma Stoddard doing the draw for East Lyme. And Waterford looks like Jamroga. We'll see the number after the draw. 23, that is McNeil. So McNeil with the draw, East Lyme gets the draw control, and off to the races they go. And a high pass, they were looking for Salick, who was looking for a pass in front. We have a player down already, so a big hit, and we have a quick stoppage, which brings us to one of the first things I want to talk about. Equipment in girls lacrosse, right? So we're seeing more and more players with helmets as we're getting a more physical version of girls lacrosse. When you played in high school, and then when you played in college, what were your preferences and what were you made to wear from a helmet perspective?
So for me personally, I never found a liking to the helmets. I preferred just the typical goggles that, I grew up wearing. The sport, like you said, has gotten a little bit more physical, a little bit more intense, and I know some girls prefer the helmets for that safety aspect, but that just wasn't me.
When you got off to college, is there any more requirements from a helmet perspective in college, or did you go goggles and no helmet in college as well?
Goggles and no helmet. The equipment for college is pretty much the same for high school.
So for you, I know you preferred a physical game and less equipment. For some, perhaps more equipment. Right there, a hard hit. Salick is coming off the field as she took a hard fall. And that's the one thing about the turf. Not easy falling on the turf.
Not at all.
So Waterford will have the possession behind their own goal. And Audrey Stewart has the ball on her stick, and she will play it out from the defensive side of things. Into the middle of the field, loose ball, and that's a turnover that Waterford can't afford to have. DiLoretto for the Vikings now heads down the right side, and we get a whistle. It'll stay with East Lyme. What is the official indicating right now with the...
She's making sure that number 13 for East Lyme has a lane, so nobody from Waterford is allowed to be directly in front of her. She has to give, they have to give her some amount of space so that she has the ability to pursue her way to goal if she chose to.
Stoddard dumps it off. East Lyme, patient, looking for a cutter, gets it back. First shot just wide from Kaczynski. That's the play that East Lyme used to incredible success. I believe 6 goals from Kaczynski. She cuts in. She's big, high up high with the left hand. A lot of success early. Waterford shut that one off, and we're going to get a flag here in the early going. Take a look at what the official says, and then let us know what this is going to be. So East Lyme is going to have
an 8-meter.
Physical contact in on it. Shot, and a save made from Mahoney on the bounce. And I'll tell you right now, a much better start for Waterford than what they had earlier against East Lyme, where they were down early after Mahoney got a couple of early shots. Now, much better early success there. So that shot for East Lyme is essentially almost like a penalty shot, right? It's a free one-on-one with a player with the ball versus the keeper.
Yep. The girls on the defending team are allowed to crash in, but they do have to give a certain amount of space.
Quinn Brigham for Waterford. Dumps it off to Tiven. We'll see how Tiven operates. The big leg brace on the left knee, but she is, I know Waterford thrilled to have her back. We'll see Waterford being very patient. Last time they played, they were without two of their top offensive players, and they really struggled offensively. So we'll see how they look with Wiseman and Tiven back into the ballgame. And on a personal note, it is fabulous to see Sadie Tiven back on the field. I know she has worked really hard to get there. Multi-sport athlete. Injuries are never fun. Good to see her back. Sturm carries for Waterford. And a little bit high. 50-50 balls. You know how those are all about effort. East Lyme comes out of the pack, and look at the speed of Cassidy O'Brien. Straight down the field, gets to her strong side, dumps to her teammate, and a goal from Di Loretto! With 8:20 in the first, East Lyme jumps on top.
Number 13, Gianna Di Loretto, assist to Cassidy O'Brien.
Take a look here. She switches to the right, finds the cutter. That subtle move, switching to her strong side, not only freed up her teammate, but got her into good position. How important are those 50-50 balls throughout the course of a game?
Incredibly important, you know, especially with girls lacrosse not being able to be as physical. Those hustle plays are what really make the game.
In front. And right away, another goal, this time from O'Brien. Only 9 seconds.
East Lyme goal, number 11, Cassidy O'Brien. Assist to Lexi Ferreira.
What a quick back-to-back goals. Waterford on their heels. 9 seconds. That took no time at all. Good look in front. Now, Mahoney got beat top shelf last time, this time going low. Talk a little bit about why, you know, the importance of giving that keeper different looks.
You know, moving the keeper is super important. You know, goalkeeper has to make sure that they keep their eye on the ball, but if that girl's moving constantly, they've got to change their positioning. It makes it very difficult to track that ball.
Right in front again, on the doorstep, and another goal from O'Brien. This one another 9 seconds later.
Beautiful movement by East Lyme.
So, Alexis, I'm going to do a quick little humble brag on your behalf. So you left Southern New Hampshire University as the all-time leader in draw controls. You were the premier draw and draw control person on a very good team. Talk about, I think we know on the boys' side when we watch face-offs, maybe because they're down on the ground, and we kind of see the importance of face-offs, but draw controls involve a lot of strategy. It's not always about winning it yourself. Talk a little bit about the different strategies, because East Lyme seems to have had a lot of success here in the last 2 draws, getting it in position to score.
Yeah, the draw control, it's very technical. Communication is key there. Winning it yourself as a draw taker is amazing, but sometimes, you know, you've got a girl that you're going up against that's taller or stronger, so you got to use your teammates on the circle. So it's very important to make sure that you're constantly communicating and on the same page. Those girls on the circle are just as important as the main girl taking the draw.
And Emma Stoddard has done a fabulous job getting it onto the sticks of her teammate, particularly Pizzaglia as one, and you've seen the results. O'Brien has had on the doorstep looks. The battle that time was with Sturm, but again, Stoddard wins the draw for East Lyme, and they're on the attack right away. Waterford called that timeout, down quick 3-0. They need to stop right here and to get something themselves, but we're going to get illegal contact. Is that just a bump, not giving her the space that was necessary?
Yeah, I think the ref was just saying that it was a little bit too aggressive, so East Lyme gets a nice 8-meter there.
And nice save from Mahoney as it went low and past her. Stoddard had a good look, but East Lyme will have the possession here, and Waterford, 3-0 is still doable, but you feel like right now East Lyme clicking on all cylinders. Waterford needs to get a possession and a good look offensively. Up top, and now working around the side to O'Brien. O'Brien pivots. Good defense from the Lancers. That was Steinhaus, who was right there checking Stoddard the whole way. There's Kaczynski, spins to the strong hand, back to Stoddard. Nice dump in front, but Waterford picks it off. What's the key to transitioning out of your defensive end? You see East Lyme sending a lot of players at the ball.
Offensively, getting out of your defensive end, you want to make sure that you guys are spread, but not running away from each other. You want to create space, make it difficult for the defense to mark up and be able to play hard, which you see East Lyme doing a great job of locking down those Waterford girls, bringing it up the field, but mainly you just want to make sure that you're supporting each other.
So Waterford gets it into their own end. They'll take an offensive set now, and they need very, very badly to get a good look at goal. Goal would be great, but they just need a good look in general, as East Lyme has been very stout, and Knapp has been stellar in the net. Knapp was our player of the game day the last time these teams met because of her work in goal. Sturm absorbing contact, and she will draw the whistle. Now, I learned last time that there is such a thing as a charge. I didn't know then. I didn't realize you could take a charge. I like learning that. So far, we have not seen that. That's a big hit in the middle, but that's contact natural just in front of the crease. East Lyme comes out of the pack. Good luck up ahead. DiLoretto. East Lyme with numbers. It's 4-on-4, but they're spread. Here come the chasers now coming into the slots. This is when East Lyme can be very dangerous in this transition. Waterford does a nice job settling back in. Does it look to you like Waterford is playing a zone style of defense right now, or are they marked up man?
They're doing a man mark right now, and they're doing a great job staying on their girl, closing out space as they try to drive in.
Stoddard. Now off it goes O'Brien, already with 2 goals. O'Brien makes a move in front, tried to find her teammate DiLoretto, but Waterford looking to win this 50-50, and they do. Far side. Nice run down the sideline for Waterford. That is Wiseman. She was out last game with the knee, so both her and Tiven back with the braces on the knees. But a huge lift for the Lancers looking to get on the board. East Lyme also seems to be very good at shutting off Waterford right now, not allowing any runs. Nice step in by Tiven, and she's going to draw the flag there. So Tiven will have the first real good chance here for Waterford. Waiting waiting for the whistle. Knapp in goal. Tiven ready to rip. Step, fires, just wide. Knapp was there. Tiven tried to go bottom corner and just missed. Lost opportunity there for Waterford, and worse, lack of communication and the turnover. When you're talking on the defensive end with your teammates, what are you trying to accomplish? Because Waterford right there on offense, that obviously was just a miscommunication. What are you trying to communicate teammate to teammate?
Just trying to make sure that we know, all right, I'm going to pass it to you, or, go up the field, create space, just little things like that. Really, it's very simple. You just got to make sure that you're all on the same page, which can be hard, especially when you've got a bit of a lead to kind of or a gap to close up. So I understand Waterford's bit of franticness there, but they just got to keep doing what they're doing. They're moving the ball very well, getting East Lyme to move defensively.
And that's a charge.
Yep.
See, I learned.
You're doing great.
I'm so proud of myself. I learned a charge.
Yep.
And I did not realize, and it makes complete sense, that there should be, right, that you can, once you have, the defense is entitled to a certain amount of space as well when they establish it. And East Lyme took a bunch of charges against Waterford previously. A steal in front. Oh, and just wide from Brigham. She picked the pocket of Knapp, but missed a wide open net. And that's two great looks that Waterford has missed here. Down 3-0. They are going to look back at those. Salik's back in the game for East Lyme. She's making a good run here. Absorbs a little bump from Wiseman, rather. East Lyme, good closing from O'Brien. She picks up the ground ball. Down to 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Waterford has tightened up after that little onslaught. 3 goals in the course of 18 seconds. So they went 8 minutes without giving up a goal, or actually they went 4 minutes without giving up a goal, and then gave up 3 goals in what amounted to 20 seconds, which is just insane. So 51 seconds remaining. Waterford trying to hold East Lyme here at a 3-0 lead. East Lyme trying to tack one on before the end of the first period. A lot of contact and a whistle, and it says Waterford. So I don't know if she means Waterford because she whistled and put the hand going towards that way, but it looks like East Lyme is maintaining possession. So I think that was just the hand going in the wrong direction. 44 seconds, East Lyme looking for a cutter. They're doing a great job keeping Kaczynski far away from the goal. They're making contact with her as close as they can. In front, good look from Stoddard. And a beautiful play there by the keeper, Mahoney, to get there, to get possession for Waterford.
Great hustle.
Turnover that Waterford can't afford. And they do, in fact, turn it over. Will they have a shot, East Lyme? No, we get to the end of the first period. It is 3-0 East Lyme. We'll be back. Second quarter action coming up. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Here at Game Day, we're proud to bring you unrivaled video coverage of local high school sports. All of it free for you to watch. These videos are not free for us to produce them. If you'd like to ensure that we can keep covering your school and your teams, there's a few ways that you can support us. Hit up our merch store and pick up some Game Day gear in your school colors. Our camera operators are always looking for those shirts and hoodies in the crowd, and you may see yourself on our next live stream. We get a lot of support from businesses in our community, and if you'd like to join them as a sponsor, send us a message and we can connect you with our advertising staff. Finally, The Day is the organization behind everything we do here at Game Day. If you want to support The Day's community journalism, consider a print or digital subscription at theday.com/subscribe.
East Lyme, the Division I boys lacrosse champions with a dominant performance over Bacon Academy. What do you do after you win a ECC championship? Well, you hang out and you watch your girls try to make it a clean sweep in the lacrosse world for the Vikings. They're off to a good start, a 3-0 lead after one. We saw East Lyme come out, and at the 8:20 mark, Gianna DiLoretto scored the first goal for the Vikings, and then 9 seconds later, and then 9 seconds after that, Cassidy O'Brien with back-to-back goals, and that's your 3-0 Viking lead. Just give me your impressions of what you saw from East Lyme in that first quarter.
They definitely dominate on fast breaks. Their ball movement is impressive for a high school team. Truly, since I've been coaching, there have been very few teams that move the ball as well as they have. So definitely something to keep in mind as they continue this game against Waterford. Keeping them on their toes and keeping the ball moving fast it's difficult to defend, and they're doing a great job executing that. But Waterford, on the other end, when the ball is settled, they're doing a great job defending those girls and stopping those easy drives.
What do you think Waterford needs to improve on here in the second quarter if they're going to make some inroads here down 3-0?
I'd say finding a balance between frantic and urgency. Obviously, being down 3-0, they want a sense of urgency to get the ball in their offensive end and work the ball around, try to get one in net, but not being frantic in their plays. When they get a clear out, making sure that, it's a clean transition from defense to offense.
Kaylin Johnson, the sophomore, in for Waterford to take the draw with Emma Stoddard, who has been dominant so far here in the early going for East Lyme. Check that. That was actually not Stoddard. That was Viola Brush, who is the other draw person for East Lyme. But in this time, Johnson did a nice job for Waterford, and Waterford has the possession. So right now, it would just be super important for Waterford to get a good shot off.
Yes.
And not turn it over like they did right there. That is a bad turnover for the Lancers. Now Kaczynski up ahead to Keefe. Keefe gets to the outside, trying to get a little bit of space, but Waterford settles back. Nice job defensively by Scarpa. You can hear them talk to each other. That's part of the Waterford's issues thus far have been communication. Salick. Waterford shuts her off, and so she'll play it back through Keefe, and East Lyme will take their time and be very patient. Good run, shut off nicely by Waterford. 11 on 11.
Great defense.
Good space, good shot, wide, stays with East Lyme. A good look from Jessica Knapp. Great defense. Johnson and Wiseman doing really good work defensively. Scarpa as well. Waterford doing everything they can to keep East Lyme here at this 3 mark as we get down close to 10 minutes. And that's going to be a hit high, right? That was just too high on the body?
Yeah, can't go across that girl's body trying to check the ball out of the stick. Got to be careful there.
There's Kaczynski in the middle. Nice pass and a whistle.
Shooting space. Great take by Knapp.
So now Knapp, Jessica Knapp will have a chance here. Mahoney waiting. East Lyme trying to extend the lead. Knapp shoots. Bounces it. It hits the pipe. What are they? We're not. No whistle here. I haven't heard anything. I don't know what the call is, but they're going to do it all over again.
I believe that 15 for Waterford moved before the whistle.
And the goal from Knapp. Second chance. And the goal here in the second period with 9:24 puts the Vikings on top 4-0.
East Lyme leads 4-0.
So 4-0 Vikings, and we've seen Waterford miss some opportunities. Knapp take advantage of her second opportunity there. And And so now we'll have Sturm back in for Waterford on this draw. Waterford looking for anything they can get in these draws as she goes up against Brush. And it'll be East Lyme in control. There goes Kaczynski. Kaczynski. She's been quiet. East Lyme with the 4 goals. Kaczynski was the big star the last time these two teams played. Salick for the Vikings. Now, run coming from Knapp.
Waterford's doing a great job of making sure that the East Lyme offense doesn't get a easy drive to goal.
Nice job. Waterford doing a really good job, like you said, Alexis, just shutting off every time East Lyme tries to make a one-on-one run. They are doing a really good job shutting them off, not drawing whistles, and that results there. Of course, I jinxed it, and I caused the whistle. That's entirely my fault. I caused that whistle. I shouldn't have said anything. So this is going to put it in the hands of Callan Keefe. Mahoney needs to come up big here for Waterford. Keefe looking to make it 5-0. Keefe rips and scores.
It's on goal number 4, Callan Keefe.
So similarly to the last time these two played, East Lyme getting off to just a great start. The last time these two teams played, though, Waterford was not as competitive on the defensive end. This time, they're very competitive on the defensive end. They've gotten a couple of bad breaks. They just haven't been able to do anything offensively. This East Lyme defense has just been very, very good. And if you look at East Lyme's win streak, since that Waterford game, they gave up 7 in a win over Pomperog, and then 3, 4, and 2, holding Wheeler to only 2 goals in an 18-2 rout in the semifinals. That's impressive to only give up 3, 4, and 2 goals. You know that defense is playing really well right now. Sturm got the draw. And Waterford with Wiseman. So a lot of control here from Wiseman. Now she dishes it off. Little run from Stellick. And back to Sturm. Waterford looking for a good look. They have not had one yet. East Lyme has been very good about shutting off the passing lanes. Waterford has not really had a cutter yet. So good chance here for Molly Stellick. Stellick to her cutting teammate, Wiseman, and a lot of contact there, and a call goes against East Lyme. So Addie Wiseman, I think Stellick was a little too far away for a good shot. Wiseman's much closer. Look for her to try to get one off here. Can she beat Knapp? Wiseman waiting for the whistle. Wiseman approaches and can't get it over Knapp. Good job by the East Lyme keeper. Ground ball controlled by the Vikings, and off to the races go the Vikings. Middle of the field, DiLoretto. Over to Callan Keefe behind the net. Keefe. Waterford again defensively, I think, doing a much better job than 5-0 would indicate. Knapp. That ball is loose, and there's Mahoney picking it up. Good heads-up play from Mahoney. East Lyme pressuring the ball and trying really hard to keep Waterford from transitioning out of their defensive end. Scarpa being double teamed. Nifty move, though, gets it into the offensive side of things for Waterford. So credit Sophia Scarpa there. But as soon as it's going to stay with Waterford, they're saying, okay, it tipped, they're saying, and off there. So Waterford will keep it. Jamroga will have it. Waterford needs to do something here. I mean, you got to just chip away, right? I mean, you got one at a time.
Exactly. They just got to make sure that they clean it up a little bit on offense, make sure that their passes are a little bit cleaner.
Right on cue, tipped pass, and a turnover into the hands of Emma Stoddard. Stoddard being chased by Wiseman. There's Kaczynski in great space, and she's going to have an open look. This is where Taylor Kaczynski is so good. Kaczynski hustles in and over the top of Mahoney.
Great defense again by Waterford.
5-0 Vikings. Kaczynski, good defense from Scarpa. Stoddard on the cut. I mean, I don't know what Waterford can do differently. They seem to be doing a really good job defensively. East Lyme taking a little air out, playing it behind the net. Lots of time taken off the clock here. Cutter in front. Great pass. And the contact on Callan Keefe. So that one's going against Waterford. And so coming off is Waterford's Summer Discordia. And Callan Keefe will have a look straight on with Mahoney. Keefe rips off the pipe, and Mahoney controls for Waterford. They're going to have a 2-minute penalty, however, on Discordia. It's going to take us almost to the end of the half. Waterford are going to try to do something here now. There goes Tivitt. Waterford desperately needs just to get one in the goal on the board here, down 5-0.
Waterford seems to be offsides.
And you had that one pegged. Offsides.
Those yellow cards are tricky. You got to make sure when one of your defenders goes out for those 2 minutes, you hold somebody back behind the restraining line to make sure you're not offsides.
Pass through the middle and a nice bounce right onto the stick of Stoddard, and there's a ground ball. Can Waterford get there? No, picked up well by Knapp. What a beautiful goal from Jessica Knapp, her second of the game at the 2:41 mark. Her second of the second quarter. It is 6-0 East Lyme.
East Lyme 6, Waterford nothing.
So if I were to say to you, your biggest fan is listening or actually watching right now and just messaged to say that you're doing a great job, who would you say hi to?
Oh, that's hard. Got a lot of family that are considered to be #1 fans. Gosh. I'm going to guess because you got the text. It was my Aunt Michelle.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
Oh, you're right. I just...
So who would you...
Michelle O'Neill.
No, who would you say hi to?
Oh, I'd say hi to my Aunt Michelle.
No, you wouldn't.
My mom?
No, you listen. I'm gonna let you stew on this one for a second.
Oh boy!
You would not say hi to your Aunt Michelle. Jeez. I don't know who Aunt Michelle is. I've never heard that person's name ever once in my life.
My bad. I would say hi to Friend.
That is correct. That is correct. Friend has said you're doing a fabulous job. And
Thank you, Friend.
I have no idea who this Aunt Michelle is.
So sorry.
Waterford down 6-0. 2:15 remaining in the half. They need very much just to get on the board. How much you know, how much of a lift would it be, you think, for Waterford just to get one in the goal? And they're going to have their best chance right here. Penalty against East Lyme, so Sturm.
2 minutes. Oh, nope, just kidding.
In front. And wide, and another flag. This one's the flag coming out on a hit in the crease there, so we'll see who that call was against. It was Sturm that headed in, and she got hit hard, so she's going to have a second look. She is fighting back the emotion of it right now, and she's going to have a second chance at this. So Sturm with 1:36, 2 minutes out for East Lyme's Lila Hart. So you were right, Lila Hart out for 2 minutes on that yellow card there. 1 second left on the Discordia penalty for Waterford. Sturm in, makes a move, and they're going to play it back behind, so another great defensive effort from East Lyme. But with 1:28 and counting, Waterford will have the penalty for the remainder of the half.
This is big for Waterford.
Great job by Knapp, the keeper, stepping in and anticipating that pass. Outlet from Knapp right onto the stick of Romanowitz. And up ahead to Kaczynski. And now to Callan Keefe. Under a minute remaining in a brilliantly played half for East Lyme. Ground ball, 50-50. Who's going to get there first? And East Lyme was in the position to do it, and they get it. Possession Vikings, 40 seconds remaining. Waterford trying to take advantage of a penalty. And a brilliant save by Mahoney. Pizzaglia had a chance. Mahoney with a beautiful save as we get to the 22nd mark of the half. Waterford has that advantage. They are trying to take advantage, and so far East Lyme has stymied them. Wiseman, good run. Tries to find help. East Lyme, great defense as the clock strikes 0 at the end of half number 1. What a dominant first half from the East Lyme Vikings. They are up 6-0. Got a 10-minute halftime here at East Lyme High School, and then we will be back with second half action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Before this year, I haven't stepped foot on the field with a lacrosse stick before, so this is all very new to me. 2 of my friends, Jessica Knapp and Kaylee Knapp, really convinced me to play lacrosse this year. They said that it would probably be good for me because they hyped me up, said I was very athletic, and I went with it.
We had a couple players that played with her on the soccer program, and they encouraged her to come out and play and give it a shot as a senior. She's a good athlete and a tremendous soccer player too, and she had some friends on the team, so she decided to come out and give it a try, and just was able to do things in the winter and the indoor season, start to learn the game a little bit more.
I didn't really think to have like high hopes for playing. Like I thought I was just gonna be standing on the sideline cheering my team on. Like I just really thought that I would be supportive to the team. But the moment that I got told I was gonna start varsity, I was really stunned. I had in my head that I was gonna work very hard to support the team and, you know, give my all to be a productive player and stuff, you know.
You know, it's never happened. I mean, for me, even to have freshmen come up and play at the varsity level, that hadn't happened till last year, and then this year again. So, you know, it's great. I mean, there's great athletes that are roaming the halls in the high school, and if they want to come out and play, we've got a lot of first-year players on our JV program as well. We've got a couple of foreign exchange students that came out for the first time. So, yeah, it's rare at the varsity level and at our level of play, but, you know, anybody's welcome to come out and try, and if they measure up, then they get the chance to get on the field.
Soccer and lacrosse, you're using your hands for lacrosse. Soccer, you're just using your feet. So basically like I had to learn how to cradle. I was very awkward with it. Probably still to this day I'm very awkward with cradling. Just a bunch of stick skills and stuff, you know, just the basics of lacrosse, how to pick up. I love it. It's great. Like I've had so much fun. I've made so many new friends. Like, you know, it's kind of just a new environment for me, and I'm really starting to like it.
Stepping into the season, we did a Google form to kind of just for our seniors who would want to be a captain, and it was kind of unanimous that Victoria Sturm is like the face of our girls lacrosse program.
I have 4 older sisters, and my oldest sister started playing lacrosse in middle school, so I grew up watching it, watching all of her games, sitting on the sideline with my dad even, and so I mean, of course I wanted to play. I look up to my older sisters so much, and so I just had to do it too. And my dad was a big part of that, of course, as well. Like he coached me throughout my entire youth experience, and now he's coaching me here as well.
Jeff was the one who really developed the youth program, and that's why we've been successful the last couple seasons. And it's not just like 1 or 2 players who are going to goal and scoring. It's 5, 6, 7 of them that can drive to goal, that can pass into the 8, that can defend really well, and he has a lot to credit for that since they were kids. They've all been playing together, and that's huge for lacrosse because we were kind of late to the game with the sport. When I was in high school, it was a first-year program. We were a JV program, and that's kind of when it started. And to go from that to this, and to be so competitive and move up to Division I and compete with East Lyme, NFA, I mean, it's just a huge accomplishment, and Jeff has a lot to do with that.
My freshman year, when we played East Lyme the first time, we lost 19-1, and it's just insane to be able to come here and put up a really competitive game where we're going into double overtime the last 2 times in a row. Like, I think that's just, it shows for itself.
Victoria Sturm is somebody that you wish you could just replicate and have like 7 or 8 Victoria Sturms on the field. What can I do for the team, and what can we do to just be a better team? Like, it's all about the team, and that's what you want in a player.
The legacy that I'd like to leave would be just the positive environment. Like, that's a big thing. I try not to yell on the field. If I do yell, I make sure it's not angry. Like, I just want to make sure that this is like a fun sport, a fun time, and a positive environment for all the girls out there.
It's time for the Athletes of the Future Grade 8 Plays of the Week. At number 8, River Dogs 11U Baseball. Vinny Baker, the perfect game maker. Strikeout to end a nifty 57-pitch, perfect game. At number 7, Lyman Memorial Tracks, Nick Zaprianoff. Coming from behind in the 300-meter hurdles at the ECC Division III-IV Championship meet, new school record of 40.27 seconds, 4th in Class S. One last hurdle to go, and he holds on for the victory. At number 6, Victoria Sturm, Waterford Lacrosse. She's not only a great player, she's an unbelievable leader. One of the best in the ECC with the walk-off game winner against Old Lyme. 2.7 seconds left, Lancers win. How about Riley Stolzman, Bacon Academy? Who says that pitchers aren't athletes? Because you got to go lay out for the bunt. Nice play, Riley. Bobcats, softball, looking good there. At number 4, nothing better than extra innings on senior night. Antonio Durand, if it's fair, it's a game winner. Norwich Tech walking it off, beating Grasso Tech on senior night thanks to Durand's bullet down the left field line. At number 3, we mentioned senior night. Keon Gordy, Waterford Baseball, bottom of the 10th, tied 1-1, full count, bases loaded, and he goes deep into the night. Plenty deep enough against Wilcox Tech to win the senior night game. At number 2, Naomi Barboza, Norwich Tech softball. Already hit 1 home run in the game. Can she hit the second one? That's not gonna be deep enough, but it's over the outfielder's head, and look at her go. Naomi blazing around third, trying for the inside the park home run, and she gets it. But at number one for a free week of training at Athletes of the Future, Sophia Govea. Wheeler Lacrosse wins the draw one-handed and scores one of 9. That's right, 9 goals versus Montville in the ECC quarters. She recently broke the school record, 298 goals and counting, 400 plus career points. Hey, we asked if anyone has more than Emma Logel's 273. Sophia Govea does. It could be a new ECC record. That is your number one play of the week. Send us your plays and maybe you can make next week's AOF Grade 8.
We're back. Second half action about to get underway. East Lyme off to a fabulous start, 6-0 over Waterford in the Division I ECC Girls Lacrosse Championships. Vikings, well balanced. 3 goals in the first, 3 goals in the second, and they are on top 6-0. 2 from Cassidy O'Brien, 2 from Jessica Knapp, 1 each from DiLoretto and Keefe, and a shutout being pitched by the East Lyme defense and their keeper, Kaylee Knapp. Waterford trying to get on the board. And Alexis, what can Waterford do differently on offense here to try to get on the board?
They just got to have a little bit more composure. Take a breath, slow the ball down a little bit. They don't need to, try to force anything.
Well,
and there we go.
Right off the bat, a great start for Waterford. Quinn Brigham gets the Lancers on the board at 11:39 of the third. 6-1, and that cannot be underestimated just how important getting on the board is for Waterford, right? Now the shutout's gone, you're on the board, you're about to lose your penalty. 3 seconds later, it's back to even up. And if they can get a couple more, right, chip away, suddenly you start putting the thoughts in East Lyme's head.
Exactly. Momentum can shift very quickly.
East Lyme, Knapp into the middle and immediately shut off from Waterford. Good job by the Lancer defense. Off it goes to Stoddard. Waterford defense trying to find a way to continue to keep East Lyme off the board. Back it goes now to Knapp. Knapp looking for the cutter. Finds it. Beautiful goal. Salick on the beautiful feed from Knapp, and East Lyme answers with 10:57.
East Lyme goal number 1, Emily Salick. Assist for Jessica Knapp.
I did not think there was a lane there for Knapp to find Salick. It was an awkward pass, and give Salick credit. Watch here as she catches it behind and turns and finds a way to get in position to shoot. That was a really nicely executed goal from Emily Salick.
Knapp doing a great job drawing that second defender to slide over to her, leaving Salick wide open.
Waterford, whistle goes against them. East Lyme will have the possession. Nice run straight down the middle of the field from Mazzulli. Still maintaining possession until she gets it to Knapp. Knapp over to Stoddard. There's Salick. And East Lyme not letting go of the ball, maintaining possession. And a whistle.
Shooting space.
So free look for the Vikings here. Cassidy O'Brien looking to get the hat trick here. She had 2 in the first. O'Brien heads in. And there's the third of the game for Cassidy O'Brien.
No good. Crease violation.
No good. A crease violation. I wondered why she didn't celebrate. And Waterford now with that break. Can they seize the opportunity provided them by a mistake from East Lyme? Instead of 8-1, now Waterford. Up the middle of the field goes Stewart. Tiven spins to the right, looking for a cutter. East Lyme does a nice job shutting that off. Good defense from Stoddard. Bounce pass picked off by the Vikings. Great speed being shown by Salick. Salick absorbs the contact from Steinhaus, and the whistle favors East Lyme. In the middle to Knapp. Knapp shoots and scores! Jessica Knapp, and similar to the previous 2 periods, the Vikings have an answer for everything the Lancers throw at them.
Vikings lead the Lancers 8-1.
8-1 Viking lead. Great catch by Knapp. Little contact there, and that's a great bounce. That's a tough shot down low like that on the bounce.
Great job getting your stick open for that shot.
So talk a little bit about the difference there for the people at home and the sticks of girls and boys lacrosse. Because I know, it looks like there's so many chances you'd wait for the girl to rip a shot, and they don't. Talk a little bit about what it is about the stick difference that sort of prevents that kind of goal scoring in girls lacrosse.
So for boys lacrosse, their stick, their pocket is much deeper, so the ball has a lot more space to sit in there. So when the boys shoot it, they've got a lot more power coming through, whereas the girls' sticks are a lot more shallow. So it's harder for us girls to get as much power because we're not working with as much in our stick. So very technical sport, girls lacrosse. When we do manage to get a nice rip shot, it's very impressive in my opinion.
Now, I'm going to follow up on that in a minute, but I see East Lyme in front, and I knew a whistle was coming. So East Lyme's going to have another chance here, already on top 8-1 as the clock runs under 8 minutes remaining here in the third. DiLoretto got the first goal of the game for the Vikings. She approaches, and there's going to be another whistle and another flag. And so now DiLoretto will have a different chance, this time straight up with Mahoney. DiLoretto approaches from the right, gets contact, and Mahoney with the save for Waterford.
East Lyme doing a great job doubling when they're trying to clear that ball out.
There's the first time. There's the passing necessary, right? That's how you break in transition.
Ball movement, key to transitioning.
Wiseman now has it for Waterford, looking to crack back into this 8-1 East Lyme lead. So because of the depth of the pocket on the girl's stick, you can't really wind up, right? Because the ball will come literally out of the pocket. It's much more shallow. So there's that, and you see the stick checks before each game, checking to see about that shallow pocket.
Yeah, we have to make sure for girls lacrosse that the ball doesn't go lower than a certain point in our sticks. If they go lower, then they're illegal because they're too deep.
Nice transition pass to DiLoretto. Up the middle of the field, looking for a teammate. Stays on her right. Waterford shuts it off, but DiLoretto makes a good pass, and now East Lyme's got it behind the net. Right in front, beautiful cut. And DiLoretto adds to the East Lyme lead. Great give and go, and the Vikings on top 9-1.
East Lyme goal, number 13, Gianna DiLoretto. Assist to Callan Keefe.
Give Callan Keefe credit. That was a gorgeous one-on-one. Back and forth here. Watch Keefe find the cutting DiLoretto right there in front. Beautifully done.
East Lyme does a great job finding each other in the offensive end.
9-1 Vikings looking for a lacrosse sweep here in the ECCs on the heels of the boys' dominating performance in their game against Bacon Academy. Nice control for East Lyme. DiLoretto spins in front. She has a shot and beats Mahoney.
East Lyme goal, number 9, Morgan Romanowitz.
Oh, okay, they're calling that goal Morgan Romanowitz, and
Vikings 10, Waterford 1.
I thought it was DiLoretto. They're calling it Romanowitz. I apologize. I thought it was 13. It was 9. We'll have to have the replay so I can verify that I was wrong. Either way, it is now 10-1 Vikings. And there it is. There's number 9 Romanowitz proving that I, in fact, was wrong. So there's the goal from Morgan Romanowitz. That gives the Vikings a 10-1 lead. And after Waterford got on the board first here in the third, it has been 4 straight goals for the Vikings. Wiseman continues to carry. Good defense from Killoy. Whistle favors, looks like Waterford will have possession. On the stick right now of Addie Wiseman. Good defense from East Lyme.
East Lyme's defense seems to be running a zone. Doing a great job covering space.
What did you prefer when you were playing, especially in college? Did you guys run more zone or man?
In college, definitely more zone. In high school, I don't even think I knew how to run a zone for defense. I think when I was in high school, we strictly did man. It depends on the team. I'd say zone is a lot more running involved, depending on where you are in the zone and what kind of zone you're running. But both are great defenses. It really just depends on how aggressive you are and how hard you're working.
And your reputation in high school and then in college was of the person who was willing and able to run. So in your markups responsibilities in the zone, were you the one that had a lot of that extra running responsibility?
Yes, definitely.
Penalty here against Waterford. East Lyme will maintain possession. Nice pass and just over the top for the Vikings, and it'll be Waterford ball. So good hustle there from the Lancers as Discordia got there just ahead of it, and she'll have the possession for Waterford. 3:25 remaining in the third here. 10-1 Vikings. They've been dominant. Waterford just unable to solve East Lyme these last couple times, and whistle against East Lyme. Waterford will continue to control. Discordia. And another whistle. Stepped out. Other direction now, Vikings. O'Brien makes a move in front. Nice job on the poke check there, but a whistle against Waterford. East Lyme Waiting for the cutter behind the net. They'll go through Keefe. Kaczynski. Again, Waterford seemingly doing a nice job stopping the attack, but too many of those penalties, though, I think, especially here as we've moved forward in the latter parts of the second and third period. A lot more whistles on that Waterford defense. Nice save from Mahoney. Down under a minute 45, a turnover in their own end for Waterford. Pass in front, controlled. And a nice check from behind, but the whistle will go against Waterford. I think Johnson was called hitting the stick, and that'll give Kaczynski a chance. She's been quiet. She was their leading goal scorer the previous time. Taylor Kaczynski looking for her first of the game. Stops, rips, and scores. Taylor Kaczynski.
Number 3, Taylor Kaczynski.
With 1:15 remaining in the third, it is now 11-1 Vikings. And I think that answers the question about the running clock.
Yep, once you get up by 10, that clock keeps going.
1 minute to go, Vikings 11, Lancers 1.
So you will see here now, the clock running gives us a much more definitive time of how much is left. You'll have this last 45 seconds. You'll have a 12-minute fourth. Running clock cannot be undone, so you should have a better timetable of how this game will proceed from here. 11-1 Vikings. Nice control from Wiseman. Finds Tiven. Back to Wiseman. Wild shot, bouncing around, controlled by Knapp. 15 seconds remaining in the third. Vikings well on their way to an ECC championship. Two seconds, and we're at the end of three here at East Lyme. 11-1 Vikings. Fourth quarter coming up. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Last year, Waterford senior number 4 on the grade 8, the Olympico kick. I'm here with Cam Dickinson. I don't think she can pull it off. It looks way too hard. I think it was a fluke. Get it done.
I got it.
That was just too easy, and that is a grade 8 play. Send in your best plays and see if you can beat that and make this year's grade 8 Olympico style.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, A Century of Big Stories in the Day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com. Communities that are no longer covered by local newspapers become news deserts that lack journalists providing government oversight and access to quality information. The Day is committed to providing comprehensive news coverage in every town in southeastern Connecticut, but we've had to scale back coverage in some towns, including Ledyard and North Stonington, due to market forces affecting local news companies around the country. We need the continued support of the communities we serve to help fund additional staffing that enables us to provide the kind of coverage our readers expect in every town in the region. If you'd like to support the Day's News Desert Fund, please visit givebutter.com/theday.
Fourth quarter about ready to start here at East Lyme High School. The East Lyme Viking girls lacrosse team well on their way to another ECC Division I lacrosse championship. They have a 11-1 lead over Waterford. The East Lyme boys already got the night underway with an outstanding victory over Bacon Academy. Tomorrow we'll be at Dodd Stadium for the ECC Baseball Championships. Game 1, the Division II championship, will be the number 4 seed Bacon Academy Bobcats and the number 2 seeded Montville High School Wolves. And then Game 2 will be the East Lyme Vikings and Woodstock Academy Centaurs in what feels like the only game ever done in the Division I championship at Dodd Stadium. So another matchup between the Vikings and the Centaurs. Nice look in front and a whistle. That one's going to go against Waterford, so East Lyme here.
Set up on the hanging hash, that's a tricky one.
So it's wisely brought out by Salick. So the East Lyme Woodstock boys, 3 years in a row in the ECC final. Waterford, tough 2-0 loss tonight to the Centaurs. And a shot and a goal from Knapp. That is the 4th goal from Jessica Knapp.
Vikings lead 12-1.
With 10:54 remaining, that puts East Lyme up 12-1, and I think guarantees that our clock remains running time here moving forward. What did you find to be the most challenging aspect of the draw?
That's a tough one. I think it was the physicality of the draw when the ball wasn't outright won. So when it ended up on the ground and you're battling for it, the physicality of, you versus 1, 2, even 3 other girls going for that ball, that was probably the most difficult part, but that was also my favorite part. The draw was, and forever will be my favorite part of girls lacrosse.
So, did you have a person that was your, the hardest person you went up against for draws?
Yes. In college, I remember I had one specific player that was always the most challenging, but it was good. We always pushed each other. It was always the two of us going back and forth for draw controls. So as much as in the moment it was frustrating, looking back at it, it definitely made me better.
Now, how many draw controls did you end up with at Southern New Hampshire?
In my career total, I believe 359.
And that's the school record?
Yes.
Now, that's college. I know for a fact who your toughest draw opponent was in high school. Without a doubt, that would be me. One practice was all it took, and I completely dominated you on the circle. If you don't believe me, there is video footage, perhaps that's been lost to the moths of the day. I don't know if there's any more video footage. We might only have the video of you winning that one.
Maybe.
Won out of the 100 that we did. The one that you won, I think the rest are all gone forever, sadly.
I have to say that day was career-changing for me.
And you realize that if I could be a college athlete, you certainly could have been. You could be a college athlete.
That was my aha moment.
12-1. East Lyme in an absolute dominant performance, looking to tack on a little more. Waterford just trying to finish out this game with a little bit of momentum to get something going as they head into the states. Both of these teams will be competing in the state play shortly. Great look in front. And the goal from DiLoretto.
Gorgeous shots. East Lyme does a great job finding the open net.
East Lyme goal number 13, Gianna DiLoretto.
13-1 Vikings.
Cassidy O'Brien. Vikings up 13-1.
I just got a text message from a viewer who says they have the lost footage of the draws between you and I. I would say to that viewer out there, destroy it immediately. I do want no evidence of that at all. 7:45 running clock, 13-1 Vikings. Looking back at these kinds of games in high school, and you certainly played in your share of big games in high school. What do you try to take from it as you head into state play? What do you try to take, whether you're on the winning side or the losing side, before you head into the games where you know that it could be your last?
You know, being a coach now, I do use a lot of the mentality that I had as a player, and I find that as we head into states now, my biggest thing is just one thing at a time, one play at a time, one game at a time, not worrying too far into the future, and just trying to...
This time they took on Waterford. Tonight has just been really a thorough effort here. That one goal given up, a remarkable feat against a very good Waterford team. This East Lyme defense has been exceptional. The keeper, Kaylee Knapp, but also just all of the defenders for the Vikings. I mean, obviously the offense scoring 14 goals stands out and jumps out at you, but to give up only one goal in lacrosse is a remarkable achievement. And if you look at their season, they gave up one to Woodstock Academy. Other than that, right now, this second, this is the fewest amount of goals that the East Lyme team has given up all year. And Waterford has not been held to less than 3 goals at any point. 3 goals at any point this year. East Lyme having done it prior. So right now, East Lyme is in position to have given up its fewest goals of the year, and Waterford in position to have scored its fewest goals of the year. That's just a remarkable achievement. And there's a great save by Knapp. We're going to start to see some players get on the field for both teams as the clock down to 5 minutes. Knapp comes off her line, scoops that one up for the Vikings. And she'll take her time.
Knapp has got incredible IQ and awareness on this field. You just see her constantly scanning the field, tracking that ball, and a very active goalie stepping out of her crease, being active going after those interceptions and loose ground balls.
And she's a great story. Only a junior. And there's a goal. East Lyme pouring it on. DiLoretto with another.
East Lyme goal number 13, Gianna DiLoretto. Assist.
So 2 years ago, or actually, what? Whoa! What? No! Oh yeah, but that sports doctor had no chance. I mean, he was going up against a girl that never even done it before.
I was cooked, man. I didn't have a prayer. Are you serious? I didn't even have a shot. Coach.
You still look great.
See, this is why I love you so much. Look at the skills, though. Look at the skills. I have to say, there was a lot going on back then. That was one of the first Casey and the Sports Doctor game day challenges, running a practice with you guys, and I had no idea. How about that goal? Did you see that goal?
Very
That was
impressive.
one of the greatest goals of all time. I think I may have lost weight since then. Oh yeah, I wanted no part of that part of it, though. I wanted no part of the running. No one said there would be running involved. So now that you're looking back at this footage, which has to feel like 100 years ago for you.
Yes.
What did you look at you? You were so young. What did high school prepare you for? And what to the high school athletes out there would you say, if you're looking to play college lacrosse, this is the thing they don't tell you?
Geez, great questions. High school lacrosse taught me a lot, but I think the biggest thing it taught me was to be humble. It's very easy, especially around here, to be a standout athlete sometimes, to be the big fish in a small pond. So I think it's very important to make sure that you remember where you came from and all the other people around you that help you be that good. And then something that they don't tell you to prepare some girls who want to pursue college lacrosse is they don't tell you how much work it takes outside of practices to become great and to stay great. You know, it's not just those 2-hour practices or the 1-hour lifts that you go do with your team that's going to make you be one of the great players or a standout player. It's the stuff that you do that people don't see. It's the off-season training that you do, the conditioning that you do that no one's around for, that's going to separate you. And I think it's hard because you don't have people to watch you, to maybe always motivate you, but that's the biggest thing, is you got to put in that time when no one's looking, so that when everyone's looking, they can see how great you truly are.
Well, I know for a fact that someone who ran a lot, you hate running.
Oh, I hate it.
And I know that you credit Steve LeBranch, the great running coach, with a lot of your success. And those 6 a.m. workouts in the heat, or those midday workouts in the heat. I also know that having a sibling who played lacrosse allowed you the opportunity to work, in times when other people couldn't. And I know that the two of you would battle each other in the backyard trying to get better. So I think that's a really good one. That, the work you put in when no one's watching is really what separates you from the other kid. And if you're not working, you can be assured someone is. Someone somewhere is.
Yep, there's always someone that's willing to work extra and do the extra work. So, but yeah, no, Steve LeBranch, 100% credit to him, conditioning-wise. I truly don't know what I would have done if it weren't for him and his amazing coaching. And then my brother, Gavin, the two of us just, we love each other so much that when it comes to pushing each other, we're our biggest supporters and our biggest competitors. Even to this day, now that he's playing college lacrosse as a Fogo at Eastern Connecticut State, I go out there and I learn how to do a face-off to try to help and push him. So, he's my number one supporter, and I'm his number one supporter forever and always.
Dubba.
Dubbas.
Waterford down here 15-1. I talked about Kaylee Knapp. Last year, the winning goalie in this game was Brielle Ram of East Lyme. Ram was tough. She suffered a season-ending injury in the off-season before lacrosse. So it allowed Knapp, who was the backup goalie last year, knowing she was going to be the starting goalie. So she had a whole fall and winter to prepare for being the starting keeper. And you can just see as Waterford finally gets another one into the net there with 2:02 remaining, to cut it to 15-2. That goal was Addie Wiseman with 15-2 Waterford. It's down 1:43 and running. So Knapp takes over as the East Lyme goalie on the heels of a great career from Brielle Ram. And not only is she now prepared to, in a spot to win the ECC championship, you can see as a junior this IQ that she has in the net. She's going to be an outstanding keeper for this year, next year for East Lyme.
Definitely, she did a great job establishing herself as, main goalkeeper this season, and definitely making a name for herself. All that work that she put in, it's showing off tonight.
So we are a minute away from the end of this one. At the end of this, we're going to sign off, and you're going to want to check in on our social medias at Game Day CT for the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day, as well as the interview with head coach Phil Schneider, all of which will take place in about 45 seconds after they run this one. But East Lyme well on the way here, 15-2. Clock running, 35 seconds remaining from another Vikings lacrosse championship. The Lancers and Vikings will both move on into state play. East Lyme finishing off the lacrosse sweep here tonight. Boys and girls, very well done. The clock now under 10 seconds remaining. Waterford trying to get one last shot off. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. And as the clock strikes 0, the East Lyme Vikings are your Division I girls lacrosse champions. Goalie Kaylee Knapp and the Vikings defense allowing only 2 goals to a very good Waterford team. Balanced scoring from O'Brien and Knapp and DiLoretto and others propel the Vikings to the championship. Alexis, I can't thank you enough for joining us tonight and being a part of the game day team. watching your journey through high school and the college and now as a coach. And, I just love having you here, and you did a great job. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
So we're going to sign off here from Peter Wappy and the crew here at Game Day. Tomorrow night, 4 o'clock at Dodge Stadium. It's the ECC Baseball Finals, but it's a Viking sweep here at home. The lacrosse world goes through East Lyme in the ECC. You've been watching Game Day live on theday.com.